Hey, everybody. It's me, Jum Jumington. What is it? That's the fat fingers and buttons there. I don't like that. I don't like hearing doors randomly open and close in this enclosed space. That's quite alarming. Anyway, it's me, Jum Jumington, your old pal, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Auxiliary Hazardous Material Storage Facility, where we are like a week or two away. I got to put a number counter up here somewhere. We're about a week or two away from celebrating a full year of being accident-free. Very exciting times. There's no one much to celebrate with. Everybody's gone, except for the night cleaners, and I don't think they give a crap, but I do. Because that's why I'm here, to keep this place from spilling hazardous materials from any source, and to drink all of this delicious protein slurry before it goes bad. You know, there's no Best By date on these, I've noticed. So I'm not really sure how I will know if it's spoiled, but as long as my body keeps ticking, that's fine. Speaking of which, I missed a bunch last week. Got knocked flat out. Apparently there's still enough meat left in the soul torso to pick up a cold now and then. So sorry if my throat's a little bit scratchy, and I will try not to blow out your eardrums. I'm pretty quick on the mute button on the old mic here, so if I feel a little scratchiness coming on, yeah, I will try and jam on that as quickly as possible. So if I suddenly go quiet in the middle of a sentence, that's why. It is because my body is failing. But these things will happen. So tonight we are returning once again to the Famicom Detective Club. I'm very excited. I first off, because last week I think we got enough clues to piece together that one of my earlier theories is probably true, that they're being poisoned by the cigarettes. And it seems so obvious too. And like, I don't know how they got it. I read this note about smoking it, but I really don't know why we're only finding evidence on their fingertips. But there must be some way they were forced to smoke it. You idiot. It's all right there in front of you. They're all tobacco fiends. Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm more curious to find out if our main character, who just goes by Jum right now, if I am in fact the missing heir. I don't know what that will mean though. Like, I'll get a cut of it. I'm not going to get the whole thing. What would that mean if a kid detective suddenly became like head of a multinational company? Well, I don't know. That's multinational. A big company. You know what I mean? Would you retire? Like, if you were like boy, there's going to be some old pulls here. If you were one of the Hardy Boys, or say Encyclopedia Brown, right? Your classic kid detective. I don't know if there's a more modern kid detective than that. I gotta imagine they're still putting out those Hardy Boy books. Someone's paying for them, I bet. I don't know about Encyclopedia Brown. But, you know, what if they suddenly became millionaires? Like if Encyclopedia Brown crossed over with a kid from Blank Check. That's another ancient pool from the long, long ago. And suddenly became rich. Would he retire as a detective? I don't think so. Deep cuts? Only the deepest cuts here. I know what a cut you where it really hurts. No, hopefully it doesn't really hurt. Unless you are like me and you find out something that, like, if someone puts an age on something that you enjoyed that just highlights your own mortality. Like, you talk about Jurassic Park and someone's like, you know, Jurassic Park is X years old, and you're just like, and you're just like reduced to dust and ashes like the dude from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which is itself an old reference. I don't have any newer ones than that. I thought up another one, but I don't think anybody would get it. It's The Dark Myth, which is an absolutely wild anime series. I believe it was based off a manga too. You can find it on YouTube. The Dark Myth was a series of OVAs. And if you enjoy anime, and I hope you do if you're here, it's not a requisite. You don't have to be a big wooden katana wielding weeb like old Jum Jumington to hang out in Jumington's channel, but it does help. But if you like anime and you like having your head filled to overflowing, filled to bursting with a constant onslaught of information that you could barely keep up with, I highly recommend watching The Dark Myth. They throw so much stuff out there. Like every line, they're talking about like the ancient gods of Japan, and like connecting this all this stuff together. And it's it gets pretty, at one point it's like this scene from Black Dynamite where they're going through to discover the secret meeting of Anaconda Malt Liquor. If that's, God, that's probably really old now too. Oh my God. I feel like it's fair to say, while I would argue I don't live in a literal cave, it's pretty close to a cave. It is, well, let me think now. It is a hole that opened up in the earth. It's mostly rocks inside. I got some pointy things on the floor, some pointy things in the ceiling. I think it might be a cave. Now that I'm picturing in my mind. Well, literal or not, I really do feel like I live in a cave, because every time I start talking about stuff, it's like, hello, fellow kids, you remember this entertaining film? I remember I was talking to somebody once about E.T., and they had never seen E.T., and it just absolutely blew my mind, because that was a big movie when I was a kid, and it just did not occur to me. It never does. This person is so much younger than me that their parents are probably younger than me. Maybe a little bit old. No, they're probably about my age. Well, yeah, but I think it would be like, it's a close call if their parents even grew up watching that. When I hear someone talking about Shrek as one of their favorite childhood movies, and I'm just like, oh. Childhood, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, boy. Your old pal, Jum Jumington. Jumington? That'll be next year's April Fool's guy. New guy at work is young enough to have never heard of Seinfeld. Oh, my God. I mean, if I think about it, and I don't want to, because it is like thinking of my own mortality. If I think about it, it's been off the air for quite a number of years, but still, that like disconnect. It's like, obviously these people aren't going to get it. The things that are so important to you, or so influential on you growing up, somebody 10, 15, 20 years younger than you, that's not going to mean a damn thing probably. They're not going to know what you're talking about, and it's going to crush you, because you're like, how could you not know this? It's it's like not knowing what the sky looks like. It's like not understanding when I reference the moon, and you're like, the what now? A big rock in the sky? Sure, buddy, whatever. That's how it feels when I describe these older things, and people are like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what? But then I have to face the facts that they'll bring up stuff, and I'm just like, who what now? Fortnite? You mean like 14 days? Is that what you're talking about? Dancing? You danced for 14 days? What is this? I just gotta know what Fortnite is. I have played Fortnite a couple of times. But I mean, even that's, how old is Fortnite now? Is Fortnite old enough to be considered retro? Are any modern games ever actually going to be old enough to be considered retro if they're all moving to live service games, right? Hello! Okay, yes, give me welcome. And like if they're all moving to like live service and they're constantly updating them, assuming they survive, right? You'll be in a scenario where it'll be like 10, 15 years down the line, and you'll be playing like version 17.8 of a game that came out, a decade ago. And people are like, oh, I'm not into old games. Like, what are you talking about? The new update just came out. Like think about how old Minecraft is, right? But if you play the most current version of Minecraft and then stack that up against a version from 10 years ago, it's almost unrecognizable. Like the bare skeleton is there, but so much of it is different. I think the original Last of Us is as old now as retro games were when I was younger. Oh, that was a PS3 game, was it not? Oh, that just to show, like, after a certain point in time, like, I stopped. Hey, something. Welcome. Something to do. Try not to get all too formal. I stopped, like, acknowledging the passage of time past a certain point. And if I documented it enough, I could nail down, like, exactly when that point is. But I remember seeing stuff like, yeah, the Last of Us 2 re-release, or, remake, or whatever, remaster. And I'm just like, didn't that game just come out? Why are they still doing that? Time as a concept is rough. Yep. I mean, we've all experienced, when you're a child and it's like, you're going to have to wait a day. And it's like, how long is a day? Oh, that's way too long. And then now it's like, yeah, it's going to be about 3 months. And you're just like, I need more time than that. 3 months isn't that long. Yeah. I am like that meme. This just came to mind, that meme that's like, what do you mean? PS2 is not retro. PlayStation 2 is not that old. And then I laugh at that. It's like, well, PS2 is old, but then I see other stuff in there. It's like 3DS isn't that old. Like, I mean, even like the Switch. How long's Switch been out there? 6-7 years, something like that. And it feels like just yesterday I bought the damn thing. And then FOMO'd. I'm trapped in this FOMO nightmare where I just keep buying stuff. Not so much anymore because I'm broke, but I'm bankrupt, as I often state. But I've purchased a lot of games, and sooner or later there's going to be a new. I don't really have on this channel like 90s was only 10 years ago. You can't tell me different. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. It just doesn't. Nothing feels real after that. Nothing feels real. I want to believe the 90s was not that long ago. But I know it's not. I know it is that long ago. I know what I want is not the case. I don't know. I don't really have like I was gonna call them segments. Vids. I don't really. I guess it would be segments. Well, I try to stick with like, okay, this night is generally the night that I play survival horror or shooter games, and this is generally about when I play this. Like I kind of have a repeat schedule like that, but I'm gonna have to start like a new subset on this. Like, all right, every week at this time is when Jum Jumington opens up a Switch and rolls the dice and plays some random game out of a giant pile that he's purchased, load it up long enough to collect the points for, make sure it updated, and then never touched. And I still got stuff. I'm looking at my screen right now. I got Collection of Saga, the Final Fantasy Legend collection. It was dirt cheap. I couldn't resist it, but I'm looking at it. I'm like, when am I ever going to play that? When am I going to play that? And the worst is if you find yourself making YouTube videos or streaming on whatever platform, and if you have limited time and it's like, if I'm going to do something, it's going to be towards this. And I put myself in this boat like 10 years ago when I started making YouTube videos and then ultimately stopped. And it was like every time I go to play a game, it was like, hold on now. I got to record this. Or wait until I can record it. And then there's games that have just sat and collected dust for years. They're like, I don't want to play that because I want to be fresh on stream. And I try to break myself with that. I have played some games off stream. I played the nameless game, Nanashi no Gemo, for the Nintendo DS. Had a fan translation. That was a very interesting game. It alternates between playing a Super Nintendo style RPG that is cursed on your in-game world fictional DS called the TS. And then when you're in the quote unquote real world, right? When you've put your in-game DS away and you're in the real world, you hold the DS like a book, like you're holding a paperback book, and then you're navigating around in like a first-person view while you're going through like a 3D environment to investigate this cursed video game. It was very interesting. I have not seen that before, and I saw a clip somebody had posted of a playthrough, and it didn't look right. That sort of thing wouldn't translate well. And so I find myself like playing these games that like, I have no way to capture this, or I could capture it, but it just wouldn't translate well. It's like, well, I'll play that. I got plenty of those. I got a whole pile of 3DS games that I can chew through. The nice thing about that, some people complain about this, and personally I like it, even though it does mean for me, I am like the target. I'm rebuying games I've already purchased. But I do like seeing games that are quote unquote trapped on the 3DS, right? Getting updated and re-released for the Switch. And I like that in a lot of scenarios. There's times where I prefer to go back and play the original, but it's nice to have it available to a newer audience. But it's nice to see if we're not going to get a new, insert your favorite game series that died on the 3DS. If we're not going to get a new one, at least we can play it on something current. Although some things just don't, you think about games that made heavy use of the dual screens and it just wouldn't fly. Mario and Luigi Partners in Time is a good one. And they could do it, but it wouldn't flow as well. Because there are, in that game, at any moment, you could be controlling either adult Mario and Luigi or baby Mario and Luigi. And you alternate back and forth between them. And one pair is on the top screen and the other pair is on the bottom screen. And that would be hard. Like, you could do it, but you would just be like flipping screen. You wouldn't see the other screen. I don't know that had a huge impact. It would just look kind of weird. I think about that stuff a lot. I love Alpha Dream. They were developers for the Mario and Luigi RPG series. It is a phenomenal series. I really, really love that, and I was really sad to see them go. They put a lot into re-releasing the first one and the third one. Yeah, Bowser's Inside Story was the third one. The first and third games with updated 3D graphics for the 3DS, but it was at the end of the 3DS. Like, those are some of the last games that come out on the 3DS, and they put a lot of resources into that while they were trying to build funding to make the jump, because most of those Mario and Luigi RPG games are like 2D, like, 2D pixel art, sprite graphics, what have you. And I guess they couldn't keep it going. Real shame. But it would be all doom and gloom and depressed navel gazy wandering about how old people are. Does anybody else remember? But I think about that a lot. I was watching somebody. This is another facet that I have to overcome here, is that I have to accept the fact that there is not a single game, unless I were to invent one completely out of thin air myself, and even then it would be touchy. There's not a single game that somebody else hasn't played on a YouTube video or a stream, isn't currently streaming. Like, I'm not going to be the sole source for anything, and I need to get over the idea that, like, well, I can't play Metroid. Somebody else has already done that. It's like, well, they don't own it. If I want to play Metroid, I can play Metroid. I just play what I want. I'm not at the stage where I'm super worried about, my own marketing. I'm just going to play the games that I enjoy and hope people enjoy hanging out and playing around with me. But it does, it hits the hardest when I see someone else who's like doing a lot of interesting retro games. And it's like, I'm looking at their back catalog and it's like, oh my God, these are all these games that I have in my list. This is my list. No, now I have to cancel all of these. I'm not going to do that, but I do have to pay attention at the very least, so that I'm not trying to stream something the same time they are. Because even though like this person's never going to watch my channel, they're never going to know I exist. And I prefer that. And there's going to be absolutely zero crossover ever between people who watch their channel and people who watch mine. But I feel it. It's like, all this guy does is he just watches these videos and then rips them off to play video games. Like, well, no, but it's good to find out what games exist and that I want to play it. I'm going to play it. I will say I haven't seen anybody else playing this game. I'm sure it's out there. I haven't really looked for it because I didn't want to spoil any of it, but visual novels are tough. That is like I thought like RPGs, like a JRPG, given its length and especially if it's a real grinding one, I thought that would be tough to hold interest. But visual novels are like a whole other class. I know one pair of streamers that I've watched in the past that did a lot of visual novels, but this would be a visual novel, right? It is a mystery, but you're mostly just reading along stuff and digging through things. It's not a very interactive experience. I enjoy it a lot, but that's usually my cutoff for the visual novel versus like an adventure game or something. You could have something that has a lot of story that you are not directly in control in, that has elements where you are more in directly control, and that to me is what differentiates it and puts it into like, it's an adventure game, it's not a mystery game. But it's also like the original Famicom Detective Clubs, the pair of games, they go back so far that it predates visual novel as a genre. That's back when almost every game just made up their own genre and put it on the box, and that didn't really mean much. I mean, that's where survival horror came from. Capcom just made it up. which is why you get weird stuff where people talk about, like in Deep Fear, they talked about it as a mansion mystery game because I guess survival horror hadn't been cemented quite yet. Very weird. Anyway, I'm jabbering on here. Hope all of you enjoyed my not really well thought out. Because I was under the weather last week, I didn't have a lot of time to prep stuff, but I wanted to do something for April Fools. Unfortunately, I had to cancel all of it at the last minute. I did see somebody else active on here, hawking some kind of bacon lard something. I don't like that. I don't like that guy. Okay, didn't get a good look at him, but I didn't notice he didn't have any teeth. And for someone who claims to be running a large dentistry chain, that's a very big red flag to not have any teeth yourself. So I hope we won't be seeing that gentleman again. Although I am interested in his Weevil collection. I won't lie. Well, let's get to Famicom Detective Club. I have to get back into the speaking mode. When I'm offline, like I don't talk to anybody. I barely open my mouth unless it's to shovel in protein slurry. So when I do have to come back and talk, it's like, you remember how to do this, right? Never forget how to ride a bike. Like, no, it turns out you can forget how to ride a bike. And that's basically what my mouth has done. It has forgotten to ride the bike that is the human English language. All right, let's move on. I have adjusted the audio down. I've also shrunk myself down more because I was looking at, I don't spend enough time looking at my my other videos. I just like slap them out there. I'm like, it's good. And I forget about it. So I did shrink myself down more so that the game is more, front. I'm waving my hand. You can't see it. I don't know why I'm doing it. More front and center. And I'm less out of the way and less ghostly. I thought this might help. We'll see. But also I cranked the volume down. I apologize. I did not realize, and I don't know if this was a problem for any of you, or if it was just me. The audio was so damn loud on the game. I didn't realize how high it was cranked up there. Apparently I was either monitoring the wrong audio when I set it to begin with, or I changed it and forgot. Or I just was looking at the wrong meter on here. Either way, I was kind of shocked when I watched, after I finished up part 4 of this, and then I went back and watched it. It was like, holy crap, that's loud. Why is it so loud? But, so if it's too quiet, let me know and I can put it back up. That is more my problem. I tend to send stuff too quiet, usually. And then I overcompensate. Is that? Yeah. I overcorrect by cranking it too high. It's hard to judge. Since I've been doing this, I try to eyeball the meter and go off of what that's going on. And that doesn't always give me like I've had times where I'm like, this meter says it's pretty up there. And people are like, hey, could you turn the audio up? Like, oh yeah, sure. Great. Whatever sounds good to you. And then the next game, like the audio will be lower than that. And they're like, you need to turn it down. I'm like, oh, okay. Which is not a criticism of people asking me. I invite it always. Something needs to be adjusted. Let us resume our investigations. Cause of death. It was death. Death, what did it? Review the plot thus far. You know it. It's been a week. My brain's not that functional. At the newspaper, you and Dr. Kamada discovered the heating cyanide makes hydrogen cyanide gas. If one were to die from this gas, determining cause of death would be difficult. Yes. Okay. That's it. All right. Well, I guess that's enough. Uh-oh. Here it comes. Goodness. I'm at that stage where and I don't know why whoever designed this hunk of stuff that I am embodying now, but simulated human sickness pretty well. But you're getting that stage where you get like a nasty cold, right? And you're all stuffed up and kind of congested. And then you feel over it, like your fever's gone, your nose isn't running, everything feels great. But then your body's like, all right, now it's time to get rid of all that mucus in your lungs. And then you're just like coughing so much that you're pulling muscles in your back and you got a headache all the time. That's normal, right? That's my recollection of things. It seemed like every year, right around spring break time, like the first week or two of March, or third week of March. Yeah, in March. Like every year around March, I would have some plan to do something. Like, yeah, I got to go out and clean out the garage. And then like day one, I'd get horribly sick and I'd be wiped out all week. And I had 1 or 2 years during the lockdown years, not surprisingly, where that didn't happen. And then once I had to go out back into the world of humanity, it all came back. It just goes to tell you should just never leave the house. All right, well, we got these weirdo villagers that are guaranteed there's some kind of murder happening. Music's good. I think we've already talked to these people. Man, oh man, the villagers are getting worse. Okay. I doubt he's got anything to give me. So the villagers all seem to be seeing the same thing. I wonder if the villagers saw. Well, they claim it was Kiku, the late matriarch. Almost said patriarch. The late matriarch of the Ayashiro family, who they claim is returned from death to seek revenge. Yeah, I clearly saw Miss Kiku walking toward the cliff last night around midnight. I don't like that. We found a shoe, a woman's shoe out there, and I'm wondering if the sister of the family, I'm drawing a blank on her name. I'm fairly certain that whoever that shoe belonged to is dead, was shoved off the edge of the cliff. How we'll ever know, maybe they'll wash up on shore somewhere and that'll be the next body we find. The next delicious body. Oh. Okay. The Ayashiro family is cursed. They became infamous for building their fortune on the backs of others. Tell me what you know. Okay. Clearly saw walk towards the cliff last night around midnight. Oh, I just saw your message. Well, I didn't just see it. I saw it and then was rambling and again at Mr. Sydney about having played the Mario Classic Collection on Switch. I don't know if that's still available in the eShop. I know the physical release was like a limited thing, and I thought the eShop might have been as well. I quite enjoyed that, but like I mostly got it so that my young nephew could play it, and we did play through Mario 64, and he had fun with it. He found Mario Galaxy and Mario Sunshine to be quite frustrating. But, like I had both of those games on the original system, and I was kind of I don't know. I don't know how to feel about those games. Mario Sunshine is like, I wanted to love it. I want to love it. But I mostly just get aggravated by it. I could say the same for a lot of Mario 64. It was fun. I did get through it. I don't like re-releases. Or this is going to be another tangent, and I apologize. I'm always tangentializing. I don't like re-releases that are like limited edition things. And like if it's on a modern console, right? I just don't get it. It's like the limited run games deal. I sort of understand that it's like this game isn't a big enough thing for us to do a continuous run, so we're gonna do one run. You gotta, pre-order it. But then it becomes like super expensive. It's this big deluxe edition with a bunch of junk that I really don't want. I just want the game. And I'm more than happy just to get the digital version. For anything on current consoles, I've given up on the idea of physical. Whatever. It's just not going to stick around. We'll deal with that later. It does suck, but it is what it is. But I've seen a lot of companies putting out like Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo and Nintendo games. Mostly Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis is what I've seen. And they're like new hardware carts for those systems. And they're like $60, $70. It's 60 bucks, 70 shipping. You got to pre-order. It's a limited run thing. First off, with those cartridges, I have a problem because sometimes they're not produced properly and the cartridge edge doesn't have the proper bezel and it can actually damage the cartridge slots on a classic console. But also, like at this point, I would gladly pay for it if you just sold me the ROM. I get why they're not going to do it. I don't really want to buy new Super Nintendo. I like the idea, is charming. I have bought one or two, but it's like, hey, we put this out again, but it's very limited. And then eventually that stuff will come out on like Switch or whatever, but then it's like, I just want the ROM. Playing the old system. It's cool that it's on Switch too, but like, just give me the ROM. Just give me the ROMs. But I get why they won't do it because then people could just slap this on the internet, you know. But I mean, most of these, like, I could just go find it right now anyway. So maybe that's what they're thinking. Like, look, if you just want the ROM, just go get it. And even if they didn't, the physical copy, someone's just gonna dump that, throw it out there. I don't know. I just like that. Even when I understand the reasons why they make these things limited, as someone who constantly struggles to escape the hell of the FOMO feeling, that I hate things that trigger that tickle on that. It's like being a gambling addict and getting a bunch of like sports bets advertisements on your podcast. It's like, I don't like this at all. That's how I feel every time I get an email from like limited run games. It's like, ooh, I don't really need this game. I don't think I even knew this game existed, but I kind of want it now. But I gotta act fast. Oh no. That's about the only thing that saves my wallet, is when it's like, you gotta act fast. Like, well, I'm not gonna. That's why I FOMO, because I have mode. I've missed out because it's like, order by Tuesday, and I'm like, Tuesday night, like, do I really want to spend this money? I don't know. And then Wednesday rolls around, like, oh, I wish I'd spent that money. It's out. I'm not joking when I say it's like a FOMO hell. It is a hellish place to be in for me. Well, let's go back to the game. This is why it's taking me so long to get through these games, because I talk about everything about the game. So we're getting this thing. The woman in this town will walk around like that at night. Like what? Walk around like what? Be more descriptive. We know we're not mistaken. It's just Kiko. Kick the sun job. Well, I mean, she has risen. Kiko has risen from the grave. This is the curse of the Ashiro family. All right. I don't want to talk to the station clerk. I could show her the hand mirror and she'd take off. Oh, I'll show her the high heels. I don't know if she'll get anything now. Okay. Well, I have that option. I can go to the cliff top. She doesn't know anything about the rest of this stuff. I'll just go to the cliff top. I'm going to regret that. I'm going to have to come back and talk to her a million times over again. Oh, it's you. Oh, I forgot. He's still waiting for a woman to show up. She might be dead. She might be dead. He hasn't shown up yet. I forgot this is where I left things off last time. It's nice out today. Guess I'll go enjoy the sea breeze. Nope. Fucked off. Man, that doctor sure is carefree. There's no one else besides us. It's pointless calling out for her. Faux Heihachi. Something happened here. Doctor walked off somewhere. Doctor, hello! He went pretty far, I guess. Shouldn't be doing this right now. What should I be doing right now? That's not what I meant to hit. Take the cliff. Take the dirt. Remember. Yeah, never remembers anything. Call Kamada again. Okay, he went pretty far, I guess. Nothing special about it. The ground. Nothing special about it. Okay. Looks 25 meters of water. If I fell from there, I would be done for. Yep. Ground. All right, well, I guess I will be returning to the station to talk to crazy people in the street. Nothing special. Yeah, going back. Guess I travel. Going back to the whole thing with the Switch, like when I got the Switch, and I experienced a lot of the same when I 3DS was still current and I was buying games for the 3DS. And PC games is like evergreen for this. But when I got the Switch, it was like I missed out on all of these consoles between X and Y consoles, like this whole era where I was broke or I was busy or whatever reason, I didn't build a collection on these things and I didn't play a lot of these games. And like, I'm not going to miss out this time. So I'm going to be the Switch guy. And then I got a PS4 and then I never really tangled much with the Xbox because it seemed like a lot of the stuff that I would play on there, I could just play on PC. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. So I'm buying all these games for the 3DS. Buying stuff up before it goes out of print, before it disappears. Buying all this stuff for the Switch. And play a little bit. Play a little bit here. Play a little bit there. But I was still going back and like dipping into like the Wii U eShop and buying stuff on there. Which was silly because then a lot of it was like, hey, you know, Paper Mario. Like, okay, but I have Paper Mario for the N64. N64 might not work or might not be able to connect to this TV right now, but like I've got it. Well, I'll just get it again. All right, well, now I can play it on the Switch. Like, it just keeps carrying forward. And, yeah, so I just ended up with this mountain of Switch games. I still couldn't find time to play all this stuff. And so much of it was like, I just bought it on a whim, just like, well, I better get it. And I still feel like it's going to get down to it. The Switch is going to end. There'll be the Switch 2 or the Switch Plus, whatever the hell the new one is. And then it's going to be like, well, I wish I'd played this game on the Switch. Like, damn it, why? I did play Animal Crossing, and that was like a phenomenon, and I felt like I was part of that, so I felt happy about that. Like, I was there for that. But even then, like, I didn't want to time travel and, like, cheese the game to get everything in one day, and you'd see someone's island, and they had done that, and it was like, well, no, I feel like I'm missing out by trying to take it slowly as the game is intended to be played. I think that was kind of a breaking point for me where I was like, you know what? I think maybe me and the modern gamer ain't friends no more. That's how you're going to play it. And I still feel that now. That I especially experienced this with my young nephew. That he was so hard kid last night. Oh, in this town would walk around like that at night. I want to know what she means walk around like that. But was she spider walking? Was she hovering? Was it the way she walked, or it was like that it was the time of night? Was she dressed in a certain way? Is that one of what this is? One of those like, no lady would dress like that kind of thing. Like, I know she's not explicitly mentioning dress. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly she means by walk around like that at night. Was she drugged looking? zombie? Was she have her arms out? Was she hopping around? You know, like one of those the vampires, a specific type of vampire. They got their arms stretched out and they hop. They can be defeated by sticky rice, I believe. That's my understanding. You ever see like a kung fu vampire movie? They're out there. They're out there and they're weird. And the last one I watched, the vampire was just like an immobile corpse floating in the air, just like sucking. Just and people would get stuck in like the airflow and be like, oh, my life is draining away. And I was like, what, really? And then some kung fu dudes would come in and it was basically just like punching on a tree that floated. It was very weird. I can't remember the name of it. That's going to drive me crazy now that I've thought of it. I know what I'll be doing tomorrow morning. I'm trying to search for that. Oh, no, I'm mistaken. It's Miss Kiko. Okay. I saw her. I know what I'm mistaken. Okay. Why don't you come and talk to me? Why do I have to talk to this guy? Hi. Maybe he'll recognize the shoes. Are these your shoes, maybe? Look how confused he is, like on the verge of offended. Like, why are you showing me shoes? I just thought you might be interested. Should I show him the hand mirror? That'll freak him out good. I shouldn't. That would be rude. Sounds like they're still making a big fuss about Miss Kiku. Yeah, they are, but more people have come forward claiming to have seen Miss Kiku, and their reported times and locations match. Like what? What times? So it seems like the villagers are seeing the same thing. Oh? I wonder what everyone saw. I also want to know what they saw more than it was Kiku. Like, okay, you saw a woman. What else you got? Not every woman walking around at night is a zombie. All right. I think that's something we can all agree on. I think we're all on the same page there. I hope you're not all out there like looking out your windows at night like, oh, there's zombies out again. And it's just someone delivering the paper, like jogging. Like, no one around here would go out that night in that sweatsuit. I'm asking you, bud. Do you have anything? Okay. All right. I will talk to the nearby people. Who are the people in this neighborhood? Oh, it's you again. Okay. You keep saying that. I mustn't show her that mirror because then they'll just leave and will yell at me about chasing them off, and then they'll just come back and I'll have to do this all over again. Okay. Yep. Great. Great. This controller's not being very responsive this evening. I don't know why. Person looks so distressed. She does. Look at that bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. She's very troubled here. No time for that. You really saw her. Please believe me. And if I did, what would that do for you? What are you gonna get out of this? Okay. Okay, walk towards the cliff. Okay. Okay. All right, they got no time for any of this. All right, we'll go back to the cliff. Is the doctor going to stay here and enjoy the sea breeze or something? Well, that is what he said. That is what he said. Pardon me. Nobody else is here. No one around. I gotta pass the time somehow. Doctor walked off somewhere. Just keep calling for people. Sooner or later, someone will show up. I don't want to have to look at a walkthrough again. I did it one time and I felt so dirty. He went pretty far, I guess. I am troubled by how far he went. What a pretty view. The ocean. The ocean is quiet. There must be something more. I don't know, that looks different to me. That is where I found the shoe. Guess it doesn't matter anymore. I don't suspect that this is it, but who knows? Yes. Cliff is so high, it makes me dizzy. I'll take whatever. Okay. Take it. What do you mean? Grab it. You can take it. I don't like your quitter attitude. Just saw like a twinkle. I think I'm just hallucinating. I'll try one more time and then we'll go back to the station. Okay. Sooner or later, something's gonna come up here. Yes. Okay. There's an unexplainable heavy atmosphere around here. It would be heavier. A lot of, what do you got there? The carbon monoxide? Heavier than air, I believe. Push it all to the ground. Push all the air out of the room. This is an open space. It's not enclosed. It likely wouldn't be suffering from that. But it would explain why they're all going crazy. There's gas leaks. I mean, that's how I feel. Stuff in this closet, I do wonder when I leave for the evening. I walk out there, it's like, oh, that's fresh air. It makes me think, am I suffocating myself? I might be. All right. It wants me to talk to this guy first. I don't know why none of this would mean anything. Yeah, this wouldn't mean anything to him. Doesn't care about. She's beautiful. Possibly my mother. Possibly. What about it? Okay. This is Yuri Ayashiro. Have you heard anything about her? Oh, this is Miss Yuri? Huh? What does that mean? He just doesn't know. Okay. Are you lying to me? Are you lying to me, man? Showed him this before. Yeah, nothing particular. Huh? So this is Miss Yuri? I guess he's too young to remember. You know, that movie probably came out after he was born. You know what I'm saying? She's old now. Well, she's dead now, but also would be older. Same difference. I was about to say same difference. No, it's not. Being older is not the same as being dead. Damn it. I have to say that because I'm old now. I'm a bit flummoxed here. Yeah, we know. We got all this stuff. There's no time for anything. You should stop involving yourself with the Aishur family. You're still young. That's ageist, lady. Please stop asking about it. So scary. What, the postcard? You should stop involving yourself with the Aishur family. You're still so young. She sounded more panicky in this reading. Do you seriously believe he killed himself? That man didn't commit suicide. He was murdered by Kiku. Well, I believe he was murdered, but I don't think it was by Kiku. Okay. Doesn't know anything there. Okay, the cursed, yep. Talked about that. Kiku. So saw her walk towards the cliff. Okay. The legend. Sorry again, that's it. Miss Kiku is risen from the grave. This is the curse of the Aishiro family. Education system has failed these people. I'll tell you that much. Okay, there's no time for that. Okay. Okay, there's no time for any of that. Okay. Alright. It's not unlocking any new options for me. Okay, no time for that. Do I remember anything? Nope. Okay. Unexplainable heavy atmosphere around here. Got it. Back to you. Okay, ask the villagers. He's just gonna sit for all these things. All these witness accounts seem to corroborate each other. They must have seen the same thing. Alright. I wonder what everyone saw. I also wonder what they all saw. Okay. I gotta get the right combination of. Did you notice anything other than the villagers acting up? Well, there is this really pretty lady who's been visiting the village lately. Aha! I wonder if he's talking about Yukiko. She sure was beautiful. I'll be honest, I was a little mesmerized. It's pretty much the only thing I look forward to these days. That's rough, man. Yikes. But she still hasn't come today. Yukiko hasn't been here yet. What about these? Do these belong to that lady? I'm just, you know. Pretty much the only thing I'm looking forward to these days. I hope she comes by. I feel like I'm always jumping the gun leaving. Oh, there! No, never mind. Here he is. I guess Miss Yukiko never came by today. It's pointless waiting around here. I wonder where Kumada went. He's right there standing precariously close to the very dangerous cliff. Kumada. Doctor. I don't think Miss Yukiko is going to show up today. Let's go home. Can you hear me? Just staring out to sea. Try it again. Hey, doctor. It's dangerous over there. Uh-oh. What the? He's just standing still, staring out at the ocean. What's wrong with him? He's just staring blankly out to sea, motionless. I shouldn't. No, you should. He's gonna die. I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this man die. Oh, come on now. Oh, don't make me watch this man die. Don't make me do this. Game? What's wrong with him? He's just staring blankly out to sea, motionless. His fists are clenched. Oh, boy. What are you staring at? Hey, doctor. Is that better or worse than him falling and dying? Better, I guess. Depends on. Well, I shouldn't. Well, it's better. It's better. Without knowing who's dead. At least I don't have to watch him fall and die. That's where they're going. We have an emergency. There's a woman floating in the sea. What did you say? Where? Push him. Oh! Oh yeah, that's the sister for sure. I believe. It looks like her outfit. Unless I can't trust my memory. Azusa? Azusa? Right? Yeah, Azusa. Yep. See? That's her. Now they're all dead. Yikes. Ah! We need to call the police right now. Unfortunately, it's like the 80s, so there's no cell phones. Not really. The police came and recovered the woman's body. The one in the water was Kasuga. Let's see, that was her shoe. I told you. I mean, you don't need me to tell you that. I'm sure you could figure it out. You find a shoe by the edge of a dangerous cliff. No one else around. Murder happened. Or an accident. But probably murder. Well, look at, we got some. Man, I don't know what's going on with her chin there. Oh, it looks like a handprint around her neck. It looks like she was strangulated. Strangulated? Strangulated. I'll stick with strangulated. Well, so long. What the hell is going on with this family? Jum, I'm gonna head to the Aisho residence and talk with Zenzao. Man, that poor old dude, like, he's probably known these kids to some degree since they were, well, they're adults now, but he's probably known them since they were kids, and now he's watching them all die. He's burying everybody he ever knew. Just awful. Roger that. Spoke to the forensics team for you, so I'm sure they'll answer any questions you may have. Leaving the rest to you, kid. Excuse me, may I ask a few questions? Who are you? Are you involved in this? Nah, you must be Mr. Kamada's assistant, huh? Does this guy look familiar to you? Or maybe he was one of the other officers. Huh? I suppose it's okay if you stick around for a while. Just don't get in our way. No, I shouldn't do that. Surroundings. Seen this crowd with onlookers. Even here, they're gossiping about witnessing Miss Kiku and whatnot. Oh. Vultures. Body. It's okay, I'd like to examine the body. Can't let an amateur touch the corpse. You won't find anything the police didn't already anyway. Okay. I didn't mean to skip over that so much. What is it? Okay. Well, let's get to the bottom of this. She was strangled. And there are bruises on her neck. Could be post-mortem. Oh. Time of death. I think it happened around midnight. It seems like she was thrown into the sea after she was murdered. Ooh. Body. I guess Mr. Kama's assistant and all, you're pretty comfortable around bodies, huh? This ain't my first murder. What do you know? Is there anything else you noticed? Bodies don't usually wash up here. It's part of the reason why this is a popular suicide spot. But this time, it looks like she happened to get caught on some wood that drifted in. I guess that's the silver lining. Otherwise, we would have never known. I don't want to say I'm glad we found a dead body, but I had a concern that it was just going to be like, well, someone's dead. Who knows? So at least we know. I guess, I mean, it would be preferable that she wasn't dead, but that's not. We can't do anything about that. Strangled. Bruises on her. Okay. Well, they don't want me to look at that. This is off limits to outsiders. Okay. Fair enough. Well, Kumada is elsewhere. It happened around midnight. Seems like she was thrown in the sea after she was murdered. Okay. This being Mr. Kama's assistant and all, you're pretty comfortable with my bodies, huh? Don't remember anything. Nope. Can't take anything. What else, you know? Bodies don't usually wash up here this time, however, she happened to get caught on some wood that drifted in. Okay. Okay, okay. I should be heading to the Aisho residence. Okay. Take this man's hat. I'll need your badge for this. Seeing this crowd with onlookers, even they're gossiping and witnessing Kiku and whatnot. Anybody descript in there? None of the usual village crowd. Looks like a couple back there. There's one lone individual hovering up on the cliff rise there, maybe just to get a better view, but as unusual in their standing part. If crime dramas are believed, it's common for the killer to hang out in the crowd around these times to relive the crime for their own perverse satisfaction. So the killer may be amongst them, but it's not going to like dig into that. And I don't know what I do with that anyway. Okay, okay. Please, is there any way? Let me look at the body. I don't care if your Dr. Kamada's no means no. Oh, wait a sec. Hey, I knew you looked familiar. You're Jump from Atsugi Detective Agency, right? Eh, you're assisting everyone, huh? You better believe it. All right then, let's see what you're made of. You can look around, but please don't touch anything. Oh, wow. Touch a whole lot of things, buddy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's not linger on this for too long. Seems like she was strangled, then thrown off the cliff. How cruel. Don't worry about it. Need for some thumbnails. Seems like she was strangled, then thrown off the cliff. How cruel. Oh, she's missing a shoe. Then the high heel I picked up at the top of the cliff. Hey, I found this at the top of the cliff. Oh, great, thanks. We'll take it in. Oh, gonna get a free shoe out of this. That doesn't look suspicious. Okay. That does. Anything going on? Fingernails look a little messed up. Right? Maybe it's just the lighting, but that looks like some grossness going on there. She's not grasping anything. You know what I'm saying? Like the fingernails, like it could just be like the nails are painted, but it looks like someone who is crawling, like clawing at something. Like the ends look bloodied and bruised. What a terrible sight. Poor woman. What are the marks on her shin there? You're right, there's a bruise. Okay, okay. All right, I'm going to be very clear here. I'm looking in the pocket. That's the only reason I'm clicking around this area. Don't get any ideas. Okay. There's another pocket here. Okay, that also doesn't look suspicious. There we go. Check her nails. Oh, it looks like she scratched something. Are you serious? Hold on a second. I need to take a closer look. Oh, somebody's going to have some claw marks on them. You're right. There's some human skin under her nails. How many times do you need to see that before you can just eyeball it and be like, yep, that's human flesh? I don't think I could pick that out immediately. And I've spent a lot of time. But I don't know how to phrase this. It doesn't sound terrible, so I'll just stop there. I've had human flesh for quite some time, I don't think I could identify a clump of it under my own nails, as opposed to just like, I don't know, pork chops. But I guess I'm not a forensic pathologist, so. She seems like she scratched the culprit when she was attacked. Good job, kid. You have a good eye. Or you're just bad at your job, buddy. You seen enough of the body? Yeah. Yes, that was plenty. Thanks. Jubun. Cool music. Cool music. Yeah, I can't call the people there. What? Hmm? Okay, oh, it's all the same, all the same, all the same. Okay. What people I've never seen are gathered too. Oh! There's a man with a scratch on his face. The scratch looks fresh too. I've got to go talk to him. Pointing out to the cops. Oh no. Oh no. Is it going to be like, I thought Miss Kiku was coming to kill me, so I choked the ghost to death. Excuse me. You. What did I tell you about the murderer hanging out in the crowd? What is it? What happened to your face? What happened to your face? The cat scratched me. Why do you ask? Oh, I don't buy it. We found human skin under the victim's nail, suggesting that she scratched the culprit when she was attacked. In other words, the culprit must have a scratch wound. What? Oh, no, wait. I have nothing to do with this. Please believe me. You see, I was out drinking late last night, and I got in a fight with Mom. She scratched me. Damn, dude. I know I messed up, but Mom is something else. Don't worry. His cat's name is Mom. That doesn't make it better. What, you got in a fight with a cat? Like a house cat? Like your pet cat? How do you fight a cat? And I don't... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, look, if your life depended on it, and it was like a wild animal or like even your own pet, because hey, let's face it, they could turn on you, they get real hungry, and they look at you and they're like, I'm gonna eat you. Now, granted, if they got that hungry, you probably done messed up some other point in the course of this to get to that place. Maybe it wasn't your fault. Maybe you're like in the hospital, nobody knew you had a cat, or you didn't have any friends that you could count on to come feed the cat while you're recovering in the hospital, unconscious in a coma, and you get home and the cat comes at you. It's very unfortunate circumstances. You're gonna have to fight that cat, right? Justifiable. You come home drunk from the bar, all right, cat, we're gonna fight. That's not, I do not approve. Man, I gotta stop trying to do voices like that. My throat is not up to snuff for that right now. Oh, goodness. So he got drunk and fought his cat. Not that his cat, like, attacked him. He fought the cat. Which means that How big is this cat? You punch the cat? What do you do? What do you do in a cat fight? It's a human against a cat, right? And this guy, like, oh, don't worry. He's not talking about beating up his mother. He's talking about murdering a cat. Like, I don't know that is better. Oh, here we go. Also, that night I happened to see a woman walking around. So I strangled her, but that has nothing to do with this. What? I thought it was Miss Kiku, so I was going to run, but my hips gave out and I couldn't move. But I looked and it was her, that dead lady. I'm sure of it. Some man was walking behind, trailing her. He was that guy who would visit the Aishiro family from time to time. Could you be just a touch more specific? I'm sure he means the lawyer. What? Who would visit Kanji and Jiro are already dead and Akira's missing, so it's the lawyer. Oh. Could the man be? Yes, piece it together. Aishiro residence. Finally getting to the bottom of this. Maybe. Not us as too. All the people in this family are. Oh, not everybody. Not everybody. You still got Kazuto, who's probably the lawyer. He's part of this family. And then he had had a son that's probably you / me. Still plenty of family left to murder is what I'm saying. Aishiro residence entrance. Oh, this poor old guy. Mr. Zenzo. Aishiro residence. Living room. Dr. Kamada told me. Lady Azusa. She died. Yes. Oh, enough of this. Why Lady Azusa too? Only I had stopped her from going out so late after coming home at 11 p.m. How convenient. Show him. You just take the phone and call the lawyer right now. They're not gonna be there, but let's talk. Oh, yeah, this guy's. I mean, these people weren't great, but it's like he watched him grow up. I imagine they're not very clear on that. Like they weren't really like a main part of the family, right? They were nieces and nephews, but like he probably had enough familiarity with them, the sort of familiarity that you have in a almost family-like situation where you can kind of gloss over their negative qualities and be quite fond of them. Like, yeah, maybe they weren't the best people, but like they didn't deserve to be murdered. We don't really know that. I imagine they didn't. They probably did some bad stuff, but I don't know if it's worth like killing them over. And they're almost certainly murdered over the money, which is hardly a noble motive. Although I'm sure there's more to it than that. Or maybe not. I don't know. Who knows? Yesterday around 11 p.m., Lady Azusa finally returned. Should have stopped her before she went out again. Yeah, you should have. Yesterday around 11 p.m. Okay. My only wish is for Lady Yuri to return. But just doesn't have the heart to tell him. Actually, about Yuri, I'm afraid that she's already... Oh, heavens, no. Don't believe this. The Ayashiro family is over. However, Yuri had a child. What? Lady Yuri had a child? Yes, but the child is missing. Whoa! Please, don't worry, Mr. Zenso. I promise I'll find the child. At this point, I feel as though nothing matters anymore. Oh, don't give in to despair, old man. Mr. Zenzo. At this point, I feel as though nothing matters anymore. Oh, that's heartbreaking. If I recall correctly, Akane has gone home for the time being. Likely story. What was it? Star 16? Hello, you reached Kanda Law Firm. We're sorry, but you've called after business hours. Please call back another time. Suppose that's fair. Oh boy. Oh boy. Or Zenzo. No! Quit investigation? Why is that an option? Uh-oh. Have I messed up and like... Gotta do a corner here. Zenzo. Continue to investigate for a client who has lost all hope. Uh-oh. What does this mean? I'm sorry. I better get going. Please wait. I don't know what came over me. Please. Oh, how tricky. I probably wouldn't have tried that if it hadn't highlighted it. It's like a game's like, in order to get your friend back, you have to stab them in the face, and that'll wake him up. Like, why would I ever do that? I didn't say that, Mr. Zenzo. I was just fooling you. Apologize. I'm so embarrassed. The only person that now has the right to be the Ayashiro family's true successor is... Sir Jumington, you have to find Lady Yuri's child. Please. Yeah, I'd be around 17 years old, probably like a high school kid, you know. Let's just take a look here. Right. Let's examine. Let's see here. I'm in love with a man, came to the Ocean Village. Want to find, died 17 years ago, testimony resident of Yatsuka. Okay. Traded from child, caught in the fire, died from the wounds. Orphan was taken in Sawako Yamamoto, which he saw her daughter and said, why does she look familiar? And I thought it was going to be a connection to Kane, but that was just kind of how she was dressed that kind of looked similar. But I think it's because he's actually a child. Taken by Sawako Yamamoto after his mother Yuri died, got a burn mark on the shoulder in a fire, raised in an orphanage run by Sawako, raised as an abandoned child, followed the orphanage, currently missing. Now, it's not saying much to say that his hair color and eye color kind of match, but that's, you know, a lot of characters look like that. Fell from the top cliff, landed on the grass below, was saved by a man named Amachi. Lost memories from impact when head struck the ground. Worked as an assistant at Tsugi Detective Agency. Enemy's testimony. Met Detective Tsugi while searching long lost parents after junior high. See. Supposed to meet someone Unakami Cliff. Ayumi's testimony. There was a memo written by me. Left at the office is Myojin Village in Ayashiro. Remember my name is Jum Jumington. Remember Motoko Yamamoto from somewhere. See, and that's her. And I thought in my mind, I was like, she looks familiar, but it was just like kind of the way she's dressed is similar style of apparel to Connie. I thought they were setting some of them on that. So Yamamoto's daughter has never met Yuri or her family. I seem to recall from somewhere in my imagination. Was close to Yuri when she was alive. All right. Do you remember anything? No. All right. What else you got? Wow, when Azusa returned last night, did you notice anything unusual? Before she left again, she was speaking to someone on the phone. It sounded like they were arguing. Arguing. Do you know who she was talking to? I have no idea. Seems like I was arguing with someone on the phone last night, but I don't know who it was. I doubt this functions at the time. Phone number you have dialed is no longer service. You guys ever use that? I don't know. I don't think that's a thing on cell phones at all, but that was a thing on landlines. You could hit stuff to see who had called you prior to caller ID being a real common thing. Remember we had caller ID. It used to be a thing. It probably still is on a landline. You had to pay extra for caller ID. And then you had to get a little caller ID device. And then eventually you get like phones, like cordless phones and stuff that would have the caller ID based into it. It seems like such a stupid thing now when you consider cell phones have that. For as much utility as you get out of that, right? Because if the phone's in your address book, it's going to give you to that. I've had numbers that on my Android phone, like Google will line it up and be like, "Oh yeah, it's this business," even though I don't have an address book, which is pretty cool. But then like I get all these calls, it's just like spam risk. Okay, great. I mean, it's great that they identified that, but like, actually, it is pretty cool. But then also, I don't really need that because I just don't answer the freaking phone. If I don't already know who it is, you're not getting through. Leave me a voicemail that I'll never listen to because I don't use it. Also, because the phone will just transcribe it and show me. I won't have to listen to it. I'll just read it. And it's usually junk anyway. But I remember back in the day when you had to remember all these different like code shortcuts on the phone to like dial back who had just called you, or like get the operator and be like, who called this number? Kind of useless today. I got an 888 number calling me. Yeah, like I assume that it's spoofing. I looked at my phone today. I got home from doing my usual rounds of assisting my elderly relative. And I got home and pulled my phone out to call them and let them know, because they always want me to call them, let them know I'm at home all right, because they're that kind of warrior. And I look at my phone, and I had received, but had not been notified of, about 7 or 8 phone calls, each one from a different number, each one coming in about 2 to 3 minutes after each other. And it just looked like a sequence of numbers, but it was all crap that I do not recognize. They marked them all as spam, didn't even ring the phone, which is nice. Because sometimes it'll still ring. It'll be like, hey, it's spam. So it's nice that it just like, no, just cut them off. And they hung up. But it does concern me a bit. But yeah, I see numbers all the time, and you try and track down like where it's coming from. Like, that's meaningless now. Like that spoofing is such a real issue that it makes it kind of pointless. Now, I've never had a number spoofed that was like somebody that I know, and I'm like, oh, I'll pick up, and it's just like they spoofed the number. But I imagine that could probably happen. All these other numbers are just made up anyway. 888 number. Do you remember? I don't want to call anybody out on their age. I remember when pre-cell phones, like phone calling cards was a big thing, where like kids' parents would buy them calling cards that they could punch in. Basically, is like a payphone gift card. First off, you have to remember payphones because that barely exists, if at all, anymore. But like in my high school, we had payphones, and kids would pull out their payphone gift phone. Otherwise, you'd be dialing 1-800-COLLECT to contact them from the payphone. I'm sure it cost them an arm and a leg, so kids could call them in the middle of the day at lunch to be like, I don't feel good, please come pick me up, just so they could ditch school. It hardly worked out for them. Not me, because my lunch was so late in the day, it was pointless. It was like, all I got left is study hall and an art class. Why would I bother going home now? 1-800-COLLECT. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah. That's all that weird stuff that, like, I don't miss, right? I don't exactly miss it. And I don't think it's bad that much younger people will never know what that was, because they don't have to know, because they live in an age of much greater convenience and things make a bit more sense in terms of communication capabilities. Man, when I was a very young child, like, we still had one of those phones that was back when the phone was provided to you. You were basically renting it from the phone company, and you could kill a person with this phone. It was sturdy. It was an old rotary phone, corded all the way. Cordless was far future stuff. You could crush someone's skull butt good with that thing. That was a solid object. And now I got this phone that's like, I think the receiver on that phone weighed more than this thing, you know? Sometimes, like, it seems dumb, I'm sure. I imagine. I don't know. But you have to, you don't have to. Mom, come pick us up. Yeah, that was I'll finish one story. Let me finish this one thought, and then I'll come back to that, so I'm not derailing all over the place. Like, I think there is value in appreciating, like, how far we've come technologically, even if it's not like flying cars and transporters and Star Trek stuff. Like, my cell phone, which fits in my pocket, runs on battery for like a whole day, is like an absurdly high multiplier, more powerful than the first computer I owned. It has more storage space by far than the first computer I owned. And that's just my phone. And this is just a very basic model. You know, I got an SD card on my desk that has 256 times the storage capability in it. It's even more. That's like 256,000 times more. 100 times more? Whatever. It's absurdly high. 256 gigs. No, I'm right. I'm right on that. It's 256 times, because my first computer had a 1 gigabyte hard drive, and that was like hot stuff back then. This is the floppy disk days, man. Like, just the convenience of all that stuff. We used to have to split our files that were over a meg in order to fit them on floppy disks to transfer them between computers. It was a nightmare. You had a landline, somebody else is on the phone. If you're lucky, you had call waiting. Otherwise, they just get a busy signal. Then you had an answering machine, and you had to call people back, and people leave these damn long messages. And there's so much stress in making your answering machine message. But just like how much of this stuff, like every little thing, you know, these screens, I got 3 monitors now. They're all extremely lightweight as compared to the much smaller, much heavier CRT monitors I had in the past. You know, I was digging through old files and I found pictures from a Lego stop motion movie I made ages ago on a parallel port webcam. And just like the quality difference between that thing, which was very expensive, and like a webcam I could pick up for $20 at the grocery store. The grocery store is higher quality and easier to connect. On phones have around 4 gigs of memory, which gobsmackingly gives more than 1 million times the memory of the Apollo level computer taken from Google. Yes. Yes. Now, I don't know how space safe that stuff is, but I mean, even the computers they use in space are more space than, you know, like the Apollo computers, when they use like the core rope memory or the little old lady memory that was woven, ferrite beads woven in wire loom. That's just crazy. Yeah, so I do feel like an old man sometimes and look at this stuff like, wow, the wonders of tomorrow today. But like I remember being, wowed by a transistor radio because that was like, wow, we're picking up wireless stuff. I remember when we first got cable. I don't know if someone as young as, say, my nephew, what the future will look like for them, where they will look back at their child and like, I can't believe how far we've come. There'll be something, but like, just for me, like, I'm pre-internet, man. Like, it's just crazy. It's crazy how advanced this stuff has gotten. And it's so easy to take it for granted. It's so easy to take all of this stuff at granted. I'm sitting at this desk here that's just piled with technology that when I was a kid, this stuff would have been completely unheard of. It wouldn't be this small. It wouldn't have been this inexpensive. I just want the ability to fix my eyesight. Hell yeah. I identify with that. I identify not just for me, for other people, Right? Like I would very much love to keep my eyes, at the very least, keep them where they're at now and not just get worse. But I fear that a lot. My older relative, as I mentioned before, he can barely see at all due to damage done by glaucoma. And there's no going back. There's no going back for that. We still have like all kinds of ways that things can grow and get better, new medicines and stuff. But it's, appreciate what you got, I guess, and just be amazed by some of this stuff that seems so commonplace and easy. That's like, wow. Look at where we're at. But it's a lot easier to just be, yeah, I mean, I guess it's okay, but like, they got a newer iPhone now. It's got more lenses. There'll always be something newer. But like, even the thing you got, it's like, this thing is astounding. I don't know. That's sorry if that's a little inconsequential with this murder investigation. I had a story. You reminded me of the mom come pick me up. So my brother, who's a few years older than me, back when I was in high school, and this is, I think Columbine had happened at this point, right? This was possibly, look up when Columbine happened. And I'm sorry if this gets like grim, but through most of my lower education, is that the right way to define that? Like the K through 12, right? Up through high school. Like stuff that you deal with today, the school shootings and stuff like that, was not a thing. No, this was even before this. Wow. So this was before Columbine massacre. I hesitate to even talk about it. April 20th, 1999. You already know I'm old. I don't think I gotta hide when I was in school. This is before Columbine. And for about a week straight, somebody was calling the school making bomb threats, right? And to show like the 90s, how seriously they took that, day one, they put us all in the gym and searched people's backpacks with a bomb dog. So they said. I don't even know if it was an actual bomb dog. But also, all I could think was, so if there was a bomb, why wouldn't they put it in here? How thoroughly did you search this place you're shuffling us all into? It really felt like it was just for show. However, I also, perhaps foolishly, as the young folk will be, didn't feel particularly imperiled. I wasn't really worried about there actually being a bomb. And this went on like all week, right? So like Thursday or Friday rolls along. And by that point, like that was just the first day they did that. And after that, it was like the rumor going around school, there was a bomb threat, but like, no, nothing happened. They weren't taking it seriously at all. So I'm eating lunch, and a woman from the office comes in. She's like, hey, excuse me, are you Jum Jumington? I'm like, yes, I am Jum Jumington. Like, could you please come to the office with us? We have your mother on the phone. I said, what's going on? Well, just please come to the office. Your brother's in there too. And I'm thinking, oh God, who died? What happened? Like, did something happen to my brother? Something happened to my mom and my dad, my stepdad? Like, any number of people, like, what is going on here? I'm like really panic stricken. Like, oh, something serious has happened. And I get in there and there's my brother and he's looking very concerned. I'm like, oh man, like what is this? Like my heart just dropping out my chest. Like, oh, this is terrible. What is this? And I sit down and he leans over to me and goes, act real scared. And I'm, what? My brother had the school call our mother at her work to tell her that he felt at risk. He felt like he was in danger being at the school. He was not comfortable being at the school, and he wanted her to come pick him up. And so they had called me in to see how I felt, to let me know, like, your mother's going to come pick you up. In context, I had, as I said before, 2 more periods left to finish the school day. Study hall, where I just did my homework so I didn't have to take anything home, and then art class, where I just did art, and then I went home. And I'm like, just forget it. I'm not worried at all. Man, I was pissed. It's like a waste of my time. And you know, maybe the worst part is I didn't get to finish my freaking lunch. And then the bell's ringing and I got to run off to study hall. Because that dude was not going to care about whatever story I give him, why I'm late to study hall. And you think it wouldn't matter. You're not missing anything. I'm not missing any of the studying. But no, they were pretty strict on that. Like, what the hell, man? It's like, there's 2 class periods left. Just suck it up, you loser. Oh. That was the last time he involved me in any of that stuff, which I was quite thankful for. Don't waste my time with that junk. I can get myself out of school all I want, all right? I don't need your help for that. That I didn't. It was, I won't say it was the most pleasant time, but it was just like, well, I just got to get through this. Yeah, but that was a 1-800-collect moment right there. Oh, let me leave the cafeteria and go to the payphones with my calling card. Brother's full of shenanigans. He is full of shenanigans. I'll be talking about him a lot more tomorrow in tomorrow's stream, at least at the start of it, because he's very, very much involved in a lot of our early video game purchases, because he was the older brother, and anytime we'd rent something or something get purchased, somehow his decisions would always come out on top, and it's kind of how I ended up with this box of games that I will be discussing tomorrow that are mostly not great, but I plan on getting through them. But yeah, he's done some stuff, that brother of mine. We get along okay now. We're on pretty friendly terms, but that was not the case for a long time. Stuff like that was, jeez. All right, let's get back to the murder. I hope you don't mind me going on these wild tangents. I hope that's why people show up, and not just because they're deathly curious about this game. I don't imagine that it was like dying to see what goes on in this game. I'm really enjoying it a lot, and I want to play through it. But I will say right now, unless I get like a lot of demand, I'm just going to play the second one off stream, probably. We'll see. I don't think I'll play through the second one. I'm going to move on to another game for this time slot. But I'm really enjoying it. It's fun. But yeah, my mind just wanders, so I apologize. All right. So she called somebody. Please find that Heir's child. You must. Okay. What else you got? Oh, Lydia habitually took notes while speaking on the phone. Aha! She took notes. Then maybe. Examine the notes. Nothing's written on it. Oh? Just rub a pencil over it, man. Classic. But I see indentations on the paper as if someone had written very hard. Do it. Nothing's written on it. Oh? But I see indentations on the paper as if someone had written on it very hard. What do I gotta do here? I just wanted to look at it. Okay. Next time there's a photo, I'm always curious, like... Take the paper. I'm curious, like, if it will say what the picture is of, but they don't. Ah, there we go. What if I rub a pencil over it? Anybody ever use this? This is such like a classic, like, detective trope. Because this was like the time when he had corded phones and people would write these notes on it, like an address or a phone number or whatever, and then they'd take the sheet, right? But it would leave an indent on the paper beneath it, and you rub a pencil over it, like this, and then you'd get the letters. It's real cool. I can't do that on a cell phone. I don't mean to be like a cantankerous soul man, but it's probably for the best. I would think, like, you don't have to worry about someone doing this and stealing your social security number or whatnot. They'll just steal from the government anyway. That's usually how it works. Don't tell anybody I said that. Oh, I can read it now. Clifftop, 11:30, not related to Akira. Almost time to distribute the family fortune. Yuri's child found. Oh. I mean, it's probably a lie. Or is it? Korewa. Last night, Azusa and the person she spoke to over the phone made plans to meet at Urakami Cliff. That person could be the same person Akira was seeing. And it even says Yuri's child has been found. What is this? Oh! The phone. Excuse me, let me get it. No, there's a bomb on that phone. Can't do that with cell phones either. Can't plant bombs on phones anymore. That's probably a good thing. It's the other way around now. You're planting phones on bombs. That's very bad. Don't do it. Don't look it up. I shouldn't have said anything. But, like, there was also a classic trope that doesn't work if you don't have landlines. That you would connect bombs to the phone. Because as soon as you would pick up the phone, it would connect, it would energize. And so you could rig a trigger to that. Should I talk about that even? Because this could potentially still happen. I'm not shedding any, like, deep secrets. I'm just saying that was a common thing where they'd have, like, a phone with a bomb strapped to it. And as soon as you pick up the phone, it would blow up. You can still do that in movies, I think. I assume. I don't know. It's hard for someone who grew up for a lot of his life with wired phones, like hardline phones, to look at that and go, yeah, I mean, if someone who never saw a phone like that saw a movie where someone had a phone like that and they picked it up and something blew up, like they could kind of piece it together in their head. Like, okay, that was the trigger that set the bomb off. Maybe they wouldn't understand all the mechanics of it, but they wouldn't be like leaning over to the person and be like, why did that phone blow up? Not that they would even be in the theater watching it. They'd be watching it on their cell phone. Man, I am turning into such an old man. They could be watching in the theater. All right. The last movie I saw in the theater, I think this is true. It's been a little while. I think the last movie I saw in the theater was the last Indiana Jones, which was, it was okay. And I saw it with my stepfather. And I had to yell at him because he had his phone out like the first 20 minutes of the movie. And I was like, my man, we paid money. Like, it was his idea to go see the movie. I was not real excited. He was hot to try to go see it. I'm like, all right, let's go. We never see movies anymore. Let's go see this movie. Nobody else in the family wanted to go. It was just me and my stepdad. And he had his cell phone out. Max brightness on like a white background web page. It's like a spotlight on you. And the only reason he put it away, sort of, because he dropped it and it fell between the seats. And that's the only reason he wasn't looking at his phone the whole time. I'm just looking at him like, what? Great guy. But he's also strikes me as 100% one of those people that would go, well, kids these days, yada, yada, yada. But he's doing exactly that. It's not like a huge offense, right? It's not like he committed some crime. I just thought it was hilarious that it was like this older individual of the generation that is like, wow, kids today with their cell phones is like, would not put his phone away. I think there was some athletic competition happening at the time. There was a sports program of some sort that he was watching the score for, but still, like, at least turn on dark mode or something, you know? Do this stuff at home. Don't pay money to go see theater filled with a movie in the theater filled with other people who paid money to see a movie in the theater. If you're just going to talk or have your cell phone on, or I don't know what, sleep and snore, I'll forgive that one because it just happens. You can't, you know, maybe you're tired, more tired than you thought, and you're in that dark, comfortable room and you're just like, you just kind of drift off. I can accept that. But like, get off your phone. Don't talk to your friends. Watch the movie or get the F out of here. Is that an old man attitude? I don't think so. I think that's just like being economical, man. These tickets cost money. Waste. Aishiro residence. Yes, understood. Sir Jumington, Dr. Kamada is calling for you. He said he wants to talk to you, so let's head over right away. Let's. Got it. Well, let's go. Woo! Oh, it's Akane. Man, that kid looks rough. She's only like 2 years older than me. So we kind of get, you know, I feel for this person, this individual. Good, you're here. You have Zenzen with you. Perfect. Kane's here. I bumped into her earlier, but she looked rather distraught. I got worried, so I brought her over. Kane, are you okay? Mm-hmm. Let's talk to Akane first. Okay, well, I was just eyeballing her. Maybe I guess that's rude. I was just trying to get a lay of the... You know, I talk about this a lot in this game. I use the look examine just to eyeball them because sometimes they'll be like, this person looks upset. And that's what I'm looking for. But then, like, 70% of the time, it's like, what are you looking at me for? Well, yes, I do believe I am handsome. I'm not surprised you're staring at me. It's like, no, damn it. That's not what I was doing it for. Don't take. Okay, I got to call engage. It's like, what? There is no talk option. All right. Lady House is too. This is too terrifying. I can't stay in the house anymore. Well, understandable. Understandable. What? I have nothing to do with them. I don't want to be in that mansion anymore. She's probably afraid she's going to get murdered. But also, I'm guaranteed she knows something. You know something. I don't know. I don't know anything. You live in a house of lies. Didn't expect me to believe you don't know anything. You know something. What can I show her? The hand mirror? Ooh. Does this do anything? That do anything for you? That's... What do you want? Get that thing away from me. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I'm not making her crazy. Mr. Senza, thank you for all the years. Goodbye. Uh-oh. Kind of wait. Please, let me just talk to you for a sec. I have nothing to say. Man, that mirror really, like, sets him up. Well, you know, it makes sense because they buried her with it, and now it's there. I'm asking you about you. I don't have anything to show. What can I take about any of this? She's gonna tell me she doesn't know anything. I have nothing to do with him. I don't want to be in that mansion anymore. Man, this poor kid is absolutely straight up 100% terrified. I really don't know anything. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I'll feel bad if I'm wrong. I'll accept responsibility. I don't believe her. I have nothing to do with him. I don't want to be in that mansion anymore. Okay. That's just what she says about everything. Something. Nothing to do with him. Okay. Talking to Kamada. I am talking to her. She's not saying nothing. Okay, nothing to do with them. Okay. She's shoving random stuff in her face. Okay. Okay, I'm just running through all of this stuff here. Remember nothing. Sometimes it does stuff. Sometimes it does stuff. Doesn't know. Don't buy it. They don't know anything. Know something. I have nothing to do with them. I don't want to be in that mansion anymore. Some of the questions gives me that. Other ones don't. Ah. You can't just keep telling me you don't know nothing. Okay. Okay. Claims he doesn't know anything. What to do with him? I don't want to be in that mansion anymore. I'll do this again. You put this hand mirror into Miss Kiku's coffin, right? What? There's no way. What is that thing doing here? No, please stop. Akane. Oh, she did something. Here it comes. I'm sorry. Mistress, please forgive me. Gotta calm down. But I know I put that hand mirror into the mistress' pocket. So. It's kind of creepy. You can still see her mouth moving in that little gap between her hands. It makes it look kind of gross and horrifying. There has to be a reasonable explanation for why the hand mirror is no longer in the grave. Yeah, someone dug it up. Or there were two of them. I know I don't look it, but I am a detective. You can leave everything to me. Now, do you remember? You may not. When I found the mirror, when he found the mirror and was given the mirror, he talked about the symbols on the mirror, but the way he described it was backwards from the image. Like what he said was, to the north was on the bottom. What he said was to the west was on the right. Maybe that would just be upside down. Possible, but it didn't make sense. Also, even if it was meant to be turned upside down, that's not how he was holding it. And the orientation of the animals on the mirror clearly delineated like a bottom top scenario. Which makes me wonder if it's not something that he saw before and he's just mixing up, or if it's just like an oversight and it was like the artwork doesn't quite match the description that they're reading. I don't know. It stuck out at me because it was weird, but it may have just been nothing. May have just been some art oversight. But that's one possible explanation for if she was buried with the mirror and then this was a different, separate mirror that someone dug out, or like a fake that they had crafted for some reason as part of an elaborate hoax. Oh. Now, Kana, it's important that you tell me everything you know. Okay? Please. Quit lying to me. Sorry. I'm the one that killed Mistress Kiku. She let her have tobacco. I guarantee that's what the one is. It's not your fault. What? You see, Mistress Kiku hadn't quit smoking. I always bought her tobacco. I stopped her at first, but she said she couldn't sleep without smoking, and I just couldn't say no. This poor kid. Like, it's 100% not her fault, but like, it was clear like this was what was going on, and she feels all the guilt from it as though it's her responsibility, when actually someone else did the killing. You were just a hapless pawn. She mentioned it to Mr. Kanda, who was drafting the will. See? It's Kanda. Kanda's behind it, Hall. That night, Mistress Kiku lit her pipe as usual. Then shortly after, she died of heart failure. That's how the burn mark happened. I knew it! Lying to me about this burn mark this whole damn game. So you took the tobacco case. I understand why she lied. Yes, and when I saw the mistress was dead, I immediately hid the pipe and tobacco. Oh, Lord! Don't ask. Yep, there's the burn. We still haven't quite... I'm assuming that's some kind of ashtray or something. Like that on the case back there with like the smiley. It looks like a big smiling mouth, and that thing behind her looks like a little like a smiling face. That is like when I'm looking at that, it just reminds me of the Inugami family, like where they kept the tobacco in that. Like I said, like that poison tobacco played prominently in that as well. And then it was one of the inspirations for this very famous mystery novel in Japan. It's good. It's a good read. Good movie. Good set of movies. So I should check it out. And then I called for Mr. Zenzo immediately. I'm so sorry. Sob. I'm sorry, I'm not making a sob sound effect. Don't ask that of me. I'm not an actor. Ridiculous. Miss Kiku's heart wouldn't stop over that. As a medical professional, I can pretty much guarantee it. It's not your fault at all, so don't cry anymore, okay? You need to go rest at the mansion. Go back to the place you're afraid of. Let's leave her alone. Okay. Well, then let's talk to Kumada. I would like to stay by Akane's side if at all possible. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I know she's got family that she was off visiting, but like otherwise, like, is it inappropriate to say like if you're on like live-in serving staff? I want to say servants because that sounds bad. You know what I'm talking about? Live-in staff. Like, I know everyone jokes about that when jobs are like, we're a family here, and that's just a bunch of bullshit. But like in that scenario, right, you're part of this household. Like, I feel like if there's any kind of job that's like, hey, we're family here, like that feels close to it, right? That's in my mind. Maybe I'm just romanticizing that. I don't have servants. I've never had servants. I don't know what that's like. I don't experience it through fiction, but like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what I mean. I'm saying they're like family. Like, let's take a responsibility for. In a familial sense. Familial sense. Thank you. Excuse me. You know, I doubt it. But you know, Akane, we don't know anything about her family. Akane could be the heir. Akane could be the child. That would be like a real, like a real Blade Runner 2049. Was it 2049? Whatever. The newer Blade Runner. Like a real twist like that. That's like, oh, you thought this? Because that's what we said? No, it was actually this other thing. You know what I mean. I don't want to spoil things. It probably does spoil it. If you haven't seen the movie, I don't know why you haven't. It's not new anymore. I'm so sorry. We could have gotten to the bottom of it. We probably could have avoided a couple other deaths if you just come forward about this from the get-go. I understand why you didn't, but like, you may not be responsible for Kiku, but you're responsible for everybody else. Get out of my sight. Scared me for a second there. Why? Because I was threatening her with a ghost mirror? Would you say I look great? Okay. Oh, my hair looks a little messy. All right, all better. So you either believe that a zombie is walking the town and there's a curse and you're terrified of this mirror, or you're an imbecile who sees the mirror and goes, oh, I'm handsome. Because it's this guy and Heikichi. I keep wanting to call him Heihachi because he looks like Heihachi without a mustache. Looks like Heihachi's dumber younger brother. Here we go. So what? It's Heir family's legal advisor. Oh, we've never met. Okay. I'm just trying to like... I'd like to solve the mystery now. Kiku's heart wasn't so weak that it would give out over just one smoke. So Kiku hadn't quit smoking, huh? It is satisfying that like I put the pieces together and ended up being the case. Although I am just like I have the advantage of having experienced these stories that inspired this and that subsequently were inspired by this, given its age. Even though this is a new-ish game, it's a remake of an old Famicom disk system game right? So the story is like old as hell. As old or older than me. No, it'd be slightly younger than me, I guess. A little bit. Functionally as old as me. So like I've experienced enough mystery stuff that you can see the pieces, like this is narratively where this stuff would make sense. So it is easy to kind of piece that stuff together. Not that I'm some super sleuth here, but like it is satisfying when you're like, aha, let's see where this is going. This case is going to be really tricky. No, it's not. Tricky to prove, possibly. Where could a Caribbean? The only thing that I probably am wrong about that that I had theorized that Akane was hooked up with Akira, and that she knew about his whereabouts. I don't think that's going to end up being the case. Maybe. Probably not, though. He's probably locked in that back area of the storage place. Possibly also dead. Oh, that's going to suck. Or he's been dead the whole time. Azusa. That reminds me, I found Azusa's autopsy results. Nothing stood out. It seemed to be a typical strangulation. When Kanji was stabbed with a knife, he was already dead. And for Jiro, it seemed odd that he would commit suicide. Hence, it is likely the culprit killed him beforehand and then made it appear as though he committed suicide. Yes. For Azusa, she was strangled to death as she fought the killer off because she quit smoking. It's natural to think they were done by the same person, but I wonder why she was different from the other two. Because out of those three, she was the only one that wasn't smoking because her throat was messed up, and she actually listened to the doctor who told her to stop smoking. I'll bet. And because she wouldn't smoke these cyanide-laced cigarettes, he had to go Kanda/Kazuto, is my theory. Had to go with plan B, which was just to choke her out and throw her corpse off the cliff. And he would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that driftwood that I would love to have seen. And it would have been really cool if it was like driftwood that was like a piece of the estate. Like, I don't know, like something shaped like a gnarled old woman's claw. Like, that's the supernatural bit of it. That like her ghost went out to sea to pull her niece back in to be like, don't worry, fam, I got you. I mean, you're dead, but like, we'll make sure that justice is served. Junior Detective Kamada must resolve this case so that Yuri can return without fear. Better let this man know. Doctor, I didn't mean to hide it for so long, but... What? Oh, no. Poor soul. Now you're never going to hook up with her, I'm sorry. Well, even so, I'm going to do my best. I'm a legendary detective after all. Aw, that's sad. It was never going to work out anyway, but that's still sad. I had hoped that, like, that was going to be a plot point, like, before I found out she was dead. It's like, man, that would be a sweet story if she showed up like, well, my husband died. And then they got together. Too good to be true. Too fairy tale ending for this murderous case. The last time I saw him, he was living at the mansion. I haven't seen him since he left. Tobacco. Azusa was trying to quit, but it's so hard for people who are truly addicted. Put it together, man. Both Kanji and Jiro were heavy smokers too. According to the autopsy results, their lungs were black. And come on, man. He's trying to quit. So hard people who are truly addicted. Both Kanji and Jiro are heavy smokers too. According to the autopsy results, their lungs were black. Sure he doesn't know anything about that. Oh, I have nothing to say in particular. Nobody knows what that is. It's probably a scar that the Heir has. Gosh, she scared me there for a second. Kumara. So let's see how you're looking. Oh, it's doing something. Wait, hydrogen cyanide is produced when you introduce other chemicals to a cyanide compound and heat it, right? Here we go, baby. Heat. What gets hot that we're talking about? Pancakes. That's it. Doctor, this will link the hydrogen cyanide with the cyanide detected on Jiro's fingers. Huh? What is it? Please enter the answer you've deduced. So, tobacco. That's really interesting. I wonder what words it would have accepted if it had been like, smoke. SCHMOKE. Smoke. They all like to smoke. I don't think it would have taken that. I don't think I would have begrudged him that. I should have tried some other stuff just to figure out, but I didn't want to have to rack my brain, as crazy as this sounds, to remember the correct spelling of cigarette. Which, now that I say that, I'm pretty sure I could have spelled it right. But Kiku used the pipe, so technically tobacco is more accurate. And it did auto-complete it for me, so I didn't have to remember how to spell tobacco. Look, my memory is really bad, all right? Kuma, I see that lighting a cigarette laced with cyanide will cause the gas to be emitted, and anyone who inhales it. So the cyanide that seeped out of the tobacco got onto Jiro's fingers. I think after Jiro was murdered with the cyanide tobacco, the culprit made it appear as though he killed himself. Kanji, he was killed in the same manner, then taken to the storage where the culprit could easily stab him. But for Azusa, the culprit couldn't use that trick since she had quit smoking. So she was. Wait, does this mean Miss Kiku also died the same way? Probably. Jump. We have to go to Kagura Temple to dig up a body. Let's hurry, Doctor. We're going to dig up that corpse. He's not going to like this. He's not going to like this at all. Genshin. Impact. What's the matter? Do you know what time it is? I did say it helped, but can it be tomorrow? You know you gotta dig up bodies in the middle of the night. It's the only time to do it. And make sure you don't watch your back so someone can club you in the back of the head with a shovel. If you watch your back, you're gonna ruin the whole thing. I'm sorry, but time is of the essence. Kuma and I told Genshin everything. Eh? Uh-oh, did I just accidentally hit that button? I thought the A was it. Did I just skip some dialogue from him? Well, all right, let's chat with him. We have reason to believe that Miss Kiku may be a victim of the tobacco murders. The tobacco murders. What a name for the case. But if we check Miss Kiku's body again, we may find what we need to solve this case. I don't know. He's not getting convinced. There's no way that Miss Kiku came back to life like the legend says. You said so yourself. All the rumors about the things that the villagers claim to have witnessed. The hand mirror that should still be buried with her. Don't you find it all odd? Hey, what do you know? I'm still against disturbing the grave. Get the shovel. Arr. 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 Search his pockets. Okay. Guess I gotta work more than once. Just do it. Just get it. Mr. Genshin, our only choice is to dig up this grave. You want to dig up Miss Kiku's grave? Well, I'm afraid I can't allow that. I don't know. I don't know. We could open up another grave. Let's open up some Genshin. No, I guess not. You never know. You could like pull on his beard and find all the payoff money he got or something. I don't know. Please understand how important this is, Mr. Genshin. We can't let the murder get away with this. Oh, fine. You have a point. Let's call the cops right away. I guess. All right, you contact the police right now. Kiku Ayashiro, who holds the key to this mystery, is about to be exposed in front of our very eyes. That sounds gross. Don't put it like that, kid. Use a different word. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dig up that body. Oh! Oh, no! That's, I think that's Akira. Well, I was real wrong about that guy. Hold on a second. Don't ask questions. Don't worry about why I'm taking all these things. I'm gonna look like some crazy person. It'll come up, or maybe it won't. Maybe I won't need them because this could be the end of it. But like, just in case, like they're good thumbnail fodder. Like you can put something together. Not like just. Don't judge me. There's nothing weird about it. Oh, what's going on? Who is this man? This is Akira Ayashiro. Who would have thought we would find him here? Clubbed over the head. Well, then her body's possibly in the storage area. Akira was already dead? He's been dead the whole time. Recognize any of these folks? These lights set up. This is very reminiscent of the end sequence of Raiders of the Lost Ark. A bunch of ghosts about to come out of Akira's body and blow us all up. Let's find out. Cause of death. He died from blunt force trauma. Seems like he was struck with the top section of the tombstone. Oh, that explains why there was blood on the tombstone. Maybe you should have called the cops, Genshin. All you MFers had this information way back in the beginning and you didn't do nothing with it. That's how the blood got on there. By the way, we've decided not to publicly announce the discovery of the body so we don't alert the murderer. Good idea. Got it. Although, hopefully they didn't contact the family lawyer, because I'm pretty sure that's the murderer. We can't say for sure yet, but it seems likely he was murdered after Kiku. Okay. Body. Seems like it's been a while since he was buried. The body has decomposed quite a bit. But more importantly, as you mentioned, we found small traces of pipe tobacco laced with cyanide in the victim's pocket. Oh? What do you know? This is definitely Akira Ayashiro. I can't believe he was lying here dead all along. That's pretty wild. That's pretty nuts. Genshin seems to be talking with the police. Okay. Well, Kumada is probably also talking with the police. What else do you got? Mention with no small traces of pipe tobacco laced with cyanide in the victim's pocket. Oh, we're just gonna open up more stuff? Hey, why don't you dig this other one up too? Open up that body. No. Now isn't the time for that. Now isn't the time for that. Not that you shouldn't do it. You should, just not right now. Anything goes in this place, I guess. Okay. Kumada. Wow, this is unexpected. Sure was. Wait a minute, what's up with that guy's face? The guy that he was talking to, he doesn't have half of a face. Most of these people don't have faces. Are they for real or are they already ghosts? Spooky. Spooky. Probably as the cat stated. Okay. Seems like it's been a while since he was buried. Can you give me any kind of juicy info here? Hey, no matter how you look at it, he was killed before Kanji. What? So it wasn't Akira who killed Kanji? Well, we never believed that, did you? I didn't. Body. How is the cop stated? Okay. What you know? This was unexpected. Sure was. Sure was. It's obvious he died before Kanji. There's no way Akira could have killed him. Wait a minute. That makes it up before Kanji. No way Akira could have killed him. Okay. Cut him off right when he's starting to go, Akira! I don't know if there was more going on there. It just sounded weird. Anyway. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright. Tension's probably still wrapped up. Yep, he's still talking. They're gonna have a lot of questions like, what kind of outfit you're running here? People just come in here and dig up these bodies? What do you mean you found blood and wiped it off? What's wrong with you? Nandai. What do you know? Mention a small trace of tobacco lace was signed into the victim's pocket. Yes, yes, yes. What do you know? Definitely. I can't believe he was lying here dead all along. Dead from force trauma. Deciding to publicly announce the discovery of the body so we don't know the murderer. Great, great, great. He seems busy. I should be careful not to get in his way. What about Genshin? Genshin seems to be talking with the police. Okay. I was asking. I didn't remember anything. Okay. Alright. Can't say for sure, but it seems likely he was murdered after Kiku. Alright, I guess we're back to Kumada. I'll talk to Kenshin if we ever can. This was unexpected. Sure was. Probably as the cap stated. Got anything else for me? Probably. Okay. Kevin Death, we aren't talking about. Obviously, devil of country. There's no way Kara could have killed him. What do you know? This is unexpected. Okay. 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 I'm doing it. Okay. It's probably what the cop said. And then probably what the cop said. What do they know? Now isn't the time for that. Of course it isn't. Genshin. I shouldn't. You should. I love that it isn't the time for it, but like, you can just later. Alright. I still have the open option, so the implication is I'm meant to use it somewhere. I don't know. Here we go. Doesn't like anything like the photo I have of him. I don't remember. I think I did. Just get another one. Just look anything like the photo I have of him. Well, it is an old photo. So this is Akira. I don't really want to get too close. Get in there. Have I seen his face somewhere before? I remember now. That night, I met on top of the cliff. Ah. Oh! I see. That's right. I didn't fall by accident that night. Kira attacked me. Boy, that is morbid. It sure is. It sure is. Well, now it's complete, man. Now, like, everybody except for Yuri's kid is toast. Saw a lot of bodies. Attacked by Akira. So you remember something? Yeah, that I was attacked. Yeah, finally. Let's gather our thoughts and go over the facts. When did, like, where's Kiku's body then? Like, Kiku's body is somewhere. I guess that explains the mirror, because they, like, dug up the body. See, if we, all this stuff is like, hey, if you just told us that you let Miss Kiku smoke, and then she died, that probably would have been like, hey, there's cyanide in this fucking tobacco. Don't smoke. And then the other people might not have died. Where'd you get this tobacco? Who's been in here? And then you could have traced it back. If when Genshin found that blood, it'd be like, oh, this is weird. Let's dig up the grave. Something funny's going on here. Also, I found this object the person was buried with. If they just stopped being superstitious idiots and been like, well, obviously someone dug up the friggin' body then, we would have gotten to the bottom of this a lot sooner. I know they'll make the game a lot shorter, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's necessarily bad writing, but it's like, you know, those stories like this whole thing could have been resolved if two people just had a conversation for 5 minutes. It's like one of those things that it's like things really got out of control because someone didn't just come in and say, by the way, I'm going to be out of town tomorrow. I don't know. Have I shown her this? I think I did. Why don't you hold on to it, Jum? She didn't like that. She's jealous. No, it was demons. Yeah, obviously. Clearly. It was demons did it all. But hey, the only defense I give to Genshin was obviously like, he didn't want to talk about it. He was very superstitious about it. But I also took it as he did not want the villagers to find any of that out and then come wreck the graves. But I think he just let that cloud his judgment. Unless he is himself a demon, he kind of has that look. That's a very good place for them to hide. Like you thought it was a monk. Actually, I've been a demon this whole time. Like if you just start talking about religion, he's like, whoa now. I never said I was religious. I'm like, wait a minute. This whole thing's unwrapping. Okay, I just don't want to stare at me like, I'll kill you. Why you have pictures of other women who are possibly your mother? Jiro, her murder was cyanide tobacco by someone who's clearly after Ayashiro Corporation. I wonder who could it be? Akira must have been taken advantage of by that person and snuck leased tobacco into Kiku's tobacco case. Alerted to my involvement in the investigation of Kiku's death, Akira called me that night to meet at the cliff. So my mistake with Akira was in assuming that old trope that like he looked like a punk but actually was like a decent kid. And like, no, he was exactly what they said he was. He was a punk that was probably stealing. And when he said, I'm going to be president, it's not because Kiku said, hey, I think you're all right. Thanks for visiting me. I'll make you president. It's because I'm going to kill these people because this dude told me to do it. So that's on me. So I'm quickly burning through any kind of points I've given myself for solving parts of it by completely getting other things wrong. But we'll see what will come out in the end. How the score all stacks up. We'll see old Jum will come out on top. Old Jum Jumington always comes out on top. Even when he's 6 feet under. There, he struck me and threw me over the side of the cliff to make it appear like an accident. Huh? Akira, in many ways, was a convenient accomplice for the true culprit, but he also posed a great threat. That's why he was murdered after Kiku. Who do you think is the murderer? And why was Azusa killed too? If I recall, Azusa said that Akira met with someone the day the will was read. That person must have been Kanda. Oh, just say it. Wait, the phone's ringing. Damn, this was just getting good too. Hello, Mitsuku Detective Agency. Yes, Ethan. Hold on a moment. Guess the kid was actually a homicidal maniac. I couldn't find that one. My bad. Yeah, you know, based on absolutely nothing, I was like, I bet that kid's gonna be all right. No, he definitely he tried to kill me. Although, to be honest, he was kind of, you know, except in discussions about him, He's pretty much out of the story from the start since he's been dead like forever. Like he's probably been dead like since the game started. He's probably murdered like right after he tried to kill me. So, you know, maybe it was just his ghost in my ear like, hey, tell everyone I wasn't that bad, will ya? No, that was just me. Just me deciding like, yeah, it would make sense. No, it all worked out. He didn't kill anybody else that I know of. In this case, because he was dead. He may have killed other people prior, but like I can't. Should have read that book by its cover. Yeah, I guess the lesson here is judge people exclusively based on the first impression. That first bit of information, it's probably accurate. At least here, it has turned out to be the case. Oh well. Jump, it's for you. Who could it be? Who could it be now? For me? It made sense. Hello. You don't know me, but I know you. And if you don't stop investigating this, I'm gonna kill you. That's why I imagine the call be. Oh, never mind. It's just Kumada. He can still do it. Hey, it's Kumada. You don't know me, but I know you. Hey, it's Kumada. I have big news. What? I found it. A murder case from the past using a similar method of tobacco poisoning. Ooh, juicy. Oh. Oh, who could it be now? Let's see. Who... It could... Well, let's see. So there was the brother, right? There was like a brother or half-brother, Kazuto. And then there's also the family that they supposedly like drove this family to suicide. So like there are other people not associated. I did think it was odd, like if Kazuto and Kanda are the same person, it would be odd because Zenzao's run into both of them. That doesn't make it impossible. But it was kind of the lead up on there. But I also think that the dude that helped him on the cliff has some involvement. I wonder if he's Kazuto. Or he could be Kana. He could be anybody. I don't know. But I feel like that dude's gonna pop back up and be involved. I don't know. But I don't want to speculate more because now I'm just like grasping at straws, I think. Kanda's definitely involved. Whether or not Kanda is actually Kazuto or someone else, we shall see. But they got another murder case from the past using a similar method of tobacco poisoning. There's a pharmacist who took out a huge life insurance policy on her husband, then killed him the same way. But here's where things get interesting. The lawyer who was in charge of that case was it Kanda? Wait, let me guess. Quit teasing me here. Spit it out, man. My thinking is Kanda. Could be Kazuto. But like, nobody knows where he is. Just that, you know, his girlfriend said he was going to be that. It's Kanda. That's exactly it. I knew it. Then the file that Kanda was reading. Oh. You know? Yes, but I haven't read the contents of the file. Even if that file was pertaining to that incident, it's not solid proof that Kanda killed Akira. Oh. Thank you so much. This is seriously helpful. Good. I'm amazing, really. A great detective, don't you think? Not really, no. A minimum wage library assistant could have helped me figure that out. But thanks. Thanks for your assistance. I shouldn't slam on this guy so much. I'm just salty that I had to hang around that cliff for so long waiting for him to figure out what he was doing. Yes, you are, Doctor. I appreciate it. Now leave the rest to me. My brain was auto-completing that sentence there as I'm reading, like, now leave the area. This is a split second until I got to the second line. Like, my brain just automatically went to, like, now get out of town. Now leave the rest to me. Thanks again. You're welcome. You just be careful out there and go solve this case. Well, so far only one person has tried to kill me, and they're dead, so I'll be fine. Oh, by the way, I have a favor to ask of you. Sure, what is it? What's it? Is it gonna be creepy? Please don't be creepy. When you're done with the investigation, do you mind if I have that photo of Miss Yuri? Kinda. Prior to the incident on the cliff, I might have said yes, but like, I'm worried what he's gonna do with this picture. What? Oh, this guy. Kidding. See you, kid. He's not kidding. He's not kidding at all. He's gonna try and kill me for that photo. Sounds like you made some real progress. So is the lawyer Kanda the culprit? Hell yeah. We don't have any proof of that yet, but I think he's our prime suspect. I see. Huh? I wonder what's going on with Amy. She's staring at me. Remember. What's up? Why are you staring at me? I've been curious. If Akira really tried to kill you, then why didn't he just throw you into the ocean? That's a good question. What? You're right. That cliff is a known suicide spot. He could have easily killed me by throwing me into the ocean. But why? Uh-oh. Am I going to have to backpedal on believing that Akira was a murderous a-hole? Am I going to find out that there's actually more to this? Am I going to get double bamboozled here? Chapter 9, symbol of successor. Yikes. My rods and cones. I had considered that possibility, Mr. Sidney. But it doesn't seem like that kind of, they're going for that kind of vibe here. But that was my first thought. Especially when, like, I tried to show her the picture of Yuri and she got really mad. It's like, quit showing me pictures of that hot lady. Didn't have an accident. Akira attacked me and tried to kill me. But if Akira really tried to kill you, then why didn't he just throw you into the sea? I'll look something up here. I already looked up the voice actress that plays this person. It's, Yuko Minaguchi. She did the voice for not that one. She was in Pluto. I know I looked at this already, but I want to scale back a little bit. Sorry, give me a second here. Satisfy my curiosity. Looking at previous roles by the voice actress for Ayumi here, Yuko Minaguchi. Also, pay attention to how why it sits there, Ayumi. Is that the weird way that they deal with, I don't know what you call that, letters that would dangle past the lower border. I'm looking at it just because her voice, like part of her voice rang a bell. It sounded like someone from another series I'd watched. I don't think she did that. Well, it was newer than that, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, I don't think. Well, I could look up that series too. It was the series Hyoka, which was also a mystery series. High school kids solving mysteries. But no, that's too far back. That wouldn't be it. But I think that she oh, Gundam Side Story. That's pretty cool. Ehrgeiz. She was the voice of Tifa Lockhart in Ehrgeiz. You remember that PlayStation 1 fighting game that included Final Fantasy VII characters? Who doesn't remember that? Okay, never mind. I seem to remember that she had done the voice of this character or another character in a version of Famicom Detective Club that was for the Satellaview, which was the Japanese satellite service for the Super Famicom. And part of that was they would include like audio tracks, like a radio broadcast, which is pretty neat. So I think they had done some audio work on that. I have to look that up. I'm misremembering that completely. There's just something. I'm sorry about my little detour on that. Something she said, part of the way that her voice sounded reminded me of another voice actress, but that's not the case. So, all right, guys. Long of the Ring. Yes. That is a weird game. That is a weird time. Like the late 90s, 97 to 99. In the era of like PS1 is like a lot of wildness, a lot of crazy stuff going on. There's a reason I miss a lot of that time. Even though I think there's a lot of cool stuff today, I'm definitely not going to say like there are no good video games anymore. But like weird experimental stuff that was just like, we're just throwing everything out there and seeing what works was a lot more mainstream and commonplace. And you can find that now with like smaller indie titles and stuff. But like there's so much of it that, what is like a weird, oh, that's just my shoulder there. It just looked weird to me. Never mind. It was just so much more common on like PlayStation 1 and like the early days of 3D where people are like, we don't really know what we're doing with these games. We're still figuring stuff out. It seems like there's a lot, at least in like the big companies, those that are still standing. Like they cemented too much. They've become too rigid and like, we're just going to keep doing what we've been doing here. We know what people want, even if they say we don't. And you can go with a lot of smaller companies to come up with like a lot of the weirdness, but like some of that weirdness is like not really possible to do. Like somebody couldn't make some oddball, goofy fighting game through official channels that includes like Final Fantasy characters. Like you could make some fan product, but like that was an actual thing. They had Final Fantasy characters, and I believe it's Ehrgeiz that has a secret dungeon mode. That could also be Tobal. I think that was Ehrgeiz though. Just weird stuff like that I don't see so much anymore. But it's just because things kind of stabilized. They kind of sorted stuff out, and like the weird experimental stuff got shook out. Now it's just like smaller companies doing that, and you find that on itch and stuff. But I miss being able to go into a GameStop and just like thumb through the PlayStation 1 games and be like, what kind of weird crap am I gonna find today? And like, I don't think you can really do that on PS5 or Switch. Maybe Switch. Probably more Switch than PS5 if you're looking at physical release. If you're looking at eShop stuff, like it's Wild West, anyone's game. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just not finding the really weird stuff now. But yeah, why didn't he just throw us into the sea? Was there ever a Final Fantasy kart game? There's a Chocobo racing game, I believe. I think it's Choco GP. Chocobo GP, which I think is the only one. I think there was an older one. Chocobo Racing. Okay, it was the first one. Chocobo GP, 2022 kart racing game, published by Square Enix. Spin off the Final Fantasy series sequel to 1999's Chocobo Racing, released in celebration of the series' 30th anniversary. It got mixed reviews. I do remember this. I'm kind of half reading him doing this. I think that I don't know what exactly the deal was, but I'm pretty sure it was like microtransaction heavy. Something that came around that time got a lot of criticism for that. I think the Crystal Chronicles was in the same boat, that they stashed some stuff behind some weird microtransactions. But Chocobo Racing, that was PlayStation 1. And I'm looking at this cover here, and there's a Moogle and a Chocobo, and what's that, like a duck? Black Mage. This picture's real small. I can't quite make it out. It's a racing game developed, published by Square for the PlayStation, spin-off Final Fantasy series, part of the Chocobo spin-off series, released in Japan March 1999, found North America and Europe in August and October, respectively. The game's star namesake is the Chocobo. The other figures of Final Fantasy series, such as Mog the Moogle, the Black Mage, and Sid, being part of the cast. Most of the game's soundtrack is composed using songs from previous Final Fantasy titles. It's often compared to Mario Kart and Crash Team Racing. PS1 books. What's a new one on me? All right, so yeah, Final Fantasy card game. Wow. The best. Oh, PS1. Like the smaller PS1. Reading about this PS1 books. The best is the Sony PlayStation budget range in Japan, parts of Asia. Similar budget ranges include greatest hits in North America, Essentials and PAL, and big hit series in Korea. The best was followed by PS1 books, which is odd. When the PS1 was released in 2001, that's the smaller PlayStation one, the PS1 lowercase ONE. Neat system. These games were top-selling popular titles made available again in a low-price version under this new label. Games released under the PS1 Books label did not come in a standard jewel case like other PlayStation games, but instead came packages in slim jewel cases. Game instruction booklets are typically placed outside the case, with both booklet case and CD case sealed in plastic. Oh, okay, that explains the kind of book. Software contained on the disc were usually the original retail game. However, bug fixes were applied for a few titles. That's something like I don't think, that's something that's easy to take for granted today, that when we get games, like every console, every way you get games now, every current game basically has the capability of being updated. I shouldn't say every, because there's probably some out there that are like, nope. But more or less, any modern release has a means of getting updated, having things added to it, having bugs fixed after the fact. But go back prior to the PS3, and that's not really the case. I don't think PS3, Xbox, does the original Xbox have? It had to have network capability, but I don't know if it's online stuff. But that's in there. But like GameCube, Dreamcast, PS2, aside from MMOs, really didn't take advantage of this. There was no way to like patch games after the fact. That was it. And if there was some problem on it, or something that needed to be fixed, the only way it was going to get fixed is if they re-released it. Sometimes the next time they did a production run of the game, it would be internally labeled as a newer version. Otherwise, when they release it for like greatest hits and things like that, they might update it. But that was it. And that often wasn't advertised. So you really wouldn't know. But also that also meant that like that game had to work out of the box. There was no fixing it later. There was no like, well, it's a little bit buggy, but just shove it out the door. Like, no, it had to work. And there are cases where there were games that had severe issues, like coding issues caused audio to be massively broken, and it's too late. It's out there. Lots of old games have bugs, but different times. Different times. But I'm always interested in like the different like budget release things because it's a lot of stuff we didn't really get in the States. We just got like greatest hit stuff, and there's that. And there's a lot of titles that ended up being sold in the digital platform on PS3 that they just never bothered to release outside of Japan for whatever reason. Yeah. So back to why didn't he throw us into the sea? That is a good question. I'm curious about that. I was right. Throwing me into the sea rather than the grassy area would have been a sure way to kill me. So why didn't he do it? Some kind of ransom or blackmail, probably. This goes back to my theory that he's the son of Yuri, the long lost heir, and that they were going to blackmail over this stuff. Or maybe, maybe Akira is like a thug, but he's not a killer. Could be. Hello. Snap out of it. Slap him. Huh? Oh, I blacked out. Utsuki Detective Agency. You never left. Where did your mind wander off to? The astral plane. I was projecting. Thank you. Sorry, I was just thinking that you had a point. I don't know what all those tapes are. More importantly, I should focus on the case. You have to find proof that the lawyer Kanda is the true culprit, aren't you? That's right. Yeah, I'll find some for sure. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Will do. Thanks, Sayumi. Okay, yeah, I'll hold on to it. Well, I guess I am off to I don't know where. Let's go to the cliff top first. Man, it sounds like the footsteps of a ghost trying to kill me. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Standing here, I realize you were just like me, trying to make history. I don't know if that's actually the lyrics, or I even sang that well enough for anyone to get there. Standing here, I'm starting to remember more about what happened that night and Akira's murderous expression. Delicious. Well, I'm going to leave it on that for right now. I'm going to take a quick break. And then be back. I don't know what I was gonna tell you. I don't need to detail all the ins and outs of what I'm gonna do on this break. It's there's many and varied activities I need to go engage in for a minute or two. But you don't need to worry about that. You don't need to be concerned. It's none of your business. I don't know why I'm being insulting about your business. You didn't ask me. I offered it, and then I backpedaled that. Now I'm taking offense. Taking offense at my own offense. Anyway, I'll return very shortly. Find my BRP. Every time I have to do this, I'm like, where's the button? It's where I put it. I can move it at any time, but I won't. I'll be right back. Jibbity jibbity. All right. Sorry about the delay. Just went out there to try and really clear my throat out. Didn't really do much, but I'm hearing all kinds of noise. I don't think it comes through on the mic. You know, I'm generally here alone. I mean, there's a night cleaner. I say one. I usually only see one. I know there's more than one of them. I only ever see one, which is kind of weird. But, so, you know, sometimes I'm here and, like, just hear doors open and close. What's going on? And I try to ignore it, but, like, you know, my back is to the door, so I can't always tell if it's the door right behind me. And that's sometimes you'll see me looking around behind me because I'll hear something like, is something going on back there? What's going on? There's stuff wheeling up and down the halls. It's a little unnerving, a little concerning. I have had problems with some wildlife getting into the building. It's not exactly secure anymore. And, you don't know what's up with all that, but sometimes I just like to poke my head out and be like, hey, what's something happening here? There's really nothing, like, worth stealing. I mean, there's some office furniture, but, like, no one's breaking in to steal a chair. I do have to keep people away from the tanks. Not that is a problem that comes up really ever, but it is a concern. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Standing here, I already did that. Standing here, I'm starting to remember more about what happened that night and Akira's murderous expression. I can't read the word "standing here" without thinking of the Senator Armstrong meme. Nanomachine, son. It's like fully tattooed within my brain now. I know I was attacked by Akira on this cliff, but I don't remember what happened to me after I lost consciousness. I wonder if there are any clues around. I mean, that makes sense. Like, the structure of that sentence is odd to me. I don't remember what happened after I lost consciousness. Uh-huh. Because you lost consciousness? It'd be weirder if you did remember. Like, I was there unconscious, and it was at that point that... Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Maybe he was, like, projecting himself in the astral plane. Look around. Where? There's nothing that jumps out as a hint, but I have to look carefully. That implies that there is something. I don't see anything really. I have to look carefully. There's the grass where Azusa was murdered. Is there going to be something here, or is this going to be... So far, the game's been pretty good at pointing out, like, where I should look. I mean, there are areas where, like, look at the body, and it doesn't just, like, highlight the body. It's just there. It's just that, I don't know. I haven't yet encountered something on this part of the game in the cliff area that's, like, just dig through, look through everything. Carefully. What a pretty view. Oh, he's no longer afraid of the height of it. I just like wasted my time here. I feel like I am. Remember. Why didn't Akira throw me into the sea? He came at me like he wanted to kill me. Okay. I should ask Amachi about that evening again. No, Amachi said he was going out of town. What's Amachi's hand in this? Oh, I forgot. Amachi's out of town for a little while. We can break into his place. Let's just get in there. Amachi's place. Just open it. Certain Amachi's in here right now. I will wonder when he'll return. Open. No response. He must be out. Just go in. It will be important. What about the dark patch on the left? Yeah, that was nothing came up there, but that's where we found Azusa's shoe. I can go back there and look again. I don't think that's I'm assuming that the game is not like dig through these pixels. I don't know if that's right. But every time I think I've got it sorted out, like I know what the game wants me to do, it's like just quit. That's what you do. I'm like, well, that's what? And then it ends up being it. Like, wow, that's never worked before. So I really shouldn't like put anything out there. Like it's never asked me to do this before. Like, well, that doesn't mean anything. I'm starting to remember more about what happened that night. Kira's murderous expression. I know I was attacked by a Kira in this cliff, but I don't remember what happened to me after I lost consciousness. I wonder if there are any clues around. Take. Sure you can. Why can't you? I did look there. I'll look again. Maybe I just didn't get the right part. There's nothing that jumps out as a hint. To look more carefully. No, so I'm just scooching it around very slowly, taking it on faith that, like, if there's something there that'll change, that's probably being too easy on it. Yeah, I mean, that's where he threw me. If he meant he would have clubbed me. Possibly I dropped something. Or he dropped something. Nothing visually is really standing out here. There's all this tall grass. I'll come back to it. My suspicion is that there's something else at foot here. Let's go to the law firm. Because every time I've interacted with that and like, I don't know what's going on, I just leave and come back. It's just like not the right time. Hi. I accuse you of murder. I mean, hi, I'm Jum from the Itsuki Detective Agency. Yeah, I think we're just not there at the right time. Oh, you came before. That's right. Is Mr. Kanda in? No, he's away on business. Please come in, though. I can take a message for him. Gotta see if he's got the claw marks. So, what can I do for you? It's about the managing director of Heir Corporation. There's nothing more I can help you with. Actually, I need to speak with Mr. Kanda about the incidents involving the Heir family and corporation. Huh? What do you mean by that? Well, don't just come out and say it. Excuse me? My boss a murderer? Why would you just tell her? You fool! My boss a murderer? What nonsense. You're only here to make ridiculous accusations. Please just leave. Whoa. Why is it so shocking? If you showed up and it's like, hey, can I talk to your boss? Yeah, why? He's a great guy. Love my boss. Yeah, I think he killed some people. Get out. Is the normal response. Is there any point? Am I just going to get kicked out of here again? Boss has nothing to do with this. Well, that's not, I mean, he is their lawyer. I've never heard of that person. I don't believe you. I mean, she could be completely in the dark, but I don't trust anybody anymore. She's really not having it. What is it that Mr. Khan was reading? Don't think that's gonna happen. I can't just show it to anyone. This work is confidential. Come to think of it. And then she's like, get out. And after a slice, she's like, what about that picture? The silence. Yes. Well, also, like, I gotta just show you. It's like, well, what do you know? Well, now that you mention it, here's the evidence. You know what? Silly me. He did kill those people. Come to think of it, we did have one particularly annoying visitor. Really? Who? It's this kid from a detective agency? Is she gonna say that? I knew it! Damn you! I need to go to a hospital. I have been burned but good. Let me just get that file. If I could just get that file. Somehow. He did kill those people, so what? That doesn't make him a murderer. Well, yes, he did ask me to go out and buy some cyanide, but that doesn't prove anything. Lots of people have cyanide. Nothing guilty about that. Just do it again. What are you doing? Stop it. I'm going to get kicked out again, and it's going to be great. I don't know this person. Yeah, I figured as much. What about the mirror? Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Remember. Okay. I'm leaning on that crutch too hard. The fact that she hasn't kicked me out yet. I can't just show him her case files. Keep going until I get booted out. Oh my god. You are killing me. There's a murder happening right now. An annoying visitor is still here. I wonder why. Nothing to do with this. Again, he is the family lawyer, so you know that's not really. Just give it a shot. Just need a business trip. Seems like he's always away on business trips. How convenient. Is it possible he doesn't even actually exist somehow? That would be wild. Everyone's like, you know, come to think of it, I've never actually met him. I've just been told that I have, and I believed it because I'm crazy. All right. Let's just leave. I don't think she's gonna kick me out this time, but we'll see. We'll see. I will return at another time. This poor guy. Hope it works out for him. Oh, Sir Jumington. Hello. I think he'd be tired of seeing me because every time I show up, it's like another body drops. I heard everything from the police. Sir Kira's also. It is so unfortunate. You know, honestly, I had forgotten that he hadn't heard that Akira was dead yet. So, wow. I literally am just showing up every day to tell him, hey, we found another body. More of your employer's family is dead. It's unbelievable. First, Sir Akira killed Mistress Kiku. Then he was killed by someone else. Whole lot of killing going on here. Please, just don't let them all have died in vain, sir. I don't know if I can help you there. Of course not. Thank you. We can't, Mr. Zensal. I'll get to the bottom of it. Thank you. Oh, come to think of it. Oh. I know you have a lot of work to do, but I wanted to give you some good news. I could use some good news. Sir Kanda called earlier and said that he found Lady Yuri's child. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. It's going to be some rando as a plant. Or he's just going to show up and start waxing everybody here. Whacking. Oh. Well. Just as I thought, Mistress Kiku hired him to find Lady Yuri, and he succeeded. Mr. Zensal, about Kanda, it seems likely that he's the culprit behind everything. What? Impossible. I don't believe it. Yeah. I mean, well, it does suck, but like, no, I just kind of believe that Sir Kanda is the murderer. He told you that he found Yuri's child, correct? The symbol of the successor that Miss Kiku had presumably given to Yuri. The one who holds that is the true master of the family. As Will states, all of the rights will be theirs. If the symbol of successor has been passed down to Yuri's son, Kanda can make himself his legal guardian now that Kanji and Jiro are dead and have total control over the company. What? Would Sir Kanda really do something like this? Yeah. I think Sir Kanda did hear a lot about Lady Yuri from Mistress Kiku. He may have known what the symbol of the successor was. However, I could never imagine Sir Kanda taking advantage of Lady Yuri's child like that. What do you know? I can't believe that Sir Kanda would take advantage of Lady Yuri's child. About this Kazuzu fellow. Not seen him in over 20 years. I'm sure that he's become a great lawyer by now. Maybe. I mean, 20 years is a long time, so 20 years, like, he could be Kanda. I keep wrapping back to that. Because he would be older. I believe. And the tobacco case. Akane had it. That reminds me, I wonder what Akane is doing right now. I hope she's feeling better. Anything else? Nobody knows what this is. I don't know what that is. Nobody knows what the mark of the successor is. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. I want to repay my sins by being useful to the Ayashiro family. That's a... How can I define that? A grim resolve? Kanda? I wish I knew what to tell you. Oh, this old routine? This old chestnut where you don't know nothing? I swear to God. Where's the hidden tobacco case? Oh, it's in my room. I'll go get it. Now, make sure you don't lick your fingers after touching that poisoned tobacco. Okay, so the whole thing was the tobacco. See, I thought it was just like a small bit of it. So that is like an ashtray in there. The whole thing is it. Well, that's actually kind of neat. You got little arms on there to hold the pipe. All little compartments for tobacco cleaning utensils, probably. I don't know what else. There's a lot of shelves there for that. I guess if you wanted a lot of different types of tobacco. Well, that explains it now. I've been wondering about this whole time. Like, what is that mouth thing? Now it's all presented in that context. Like, oh, I should have figured that out way earlier. But what do I know, man? I don't have anything like that around here. This is the tobacco case. Let's take a look. Jake. Can we look at it first before I just start taking it? This is Kiku's tobacco case. Looks like you can store items inside. The key to the storage was kept in here too. Let's just take it. Yep. Oh, the drawer of the tobacco case fell off. What do you mean the drawer fell off? Okay. There's nothing left inside. Something's up. This is Kiku's tobacco case. Looks like you can store items inside. The key to the storage was kept in here too. Where did the drawer go? It just fell off. I'm very confused by this now. Oh no! With the drawer now removed, I tried to pick up the tobacco case, but it slipped and fell out of my hands. Oh my God. Are you okay? I don't know. I finally got like 50 years of tobacco spit on me. Yes, I'm fine. I hope I didn't break it. Just cracks it over his knee. Whoopsie doodle. Huh? Where did this piece of paper come from? It fell out of the tobacco case when you dropped it. Rub it in, why don't you? Huh? It's on the paper. Oh, of course. The horse proceeds, the rabbit proceeds. The bird opens, seek the symbol within the diamond. The horse proceeds, the rabbit proceeds. The bird opens, seek the symbol within the diamond. Huh? Since kind of, do you have any idea what this is? No, I don't think so. I don't know either. Was this something Mr. Cuckoo kept secretly? Probably, I mean, it was hidden. Doesn't the hand mirror have that stuff on it? Oh, that? Okay. Horse proceeds, the bird opens, seek the symbol within the diamond. What is this? Can I remember? These animals mentioned on the paper. I feel like I've seen them somewhere. I believe it was on the mirror. Yes. Look, the animals mentioned on the paper are engraved here. It's a very primitive, non-electronic version of Pac-Man. Or perhaps, Hanyanko alien. But what does it all mean? I don't know. The horse proceeds, the rabbit proceeds. Like look within the diamond. Okay. Wonder what this drawing means. Put it all together. Horse proceeds, rabbit proceeds. The bird opens. Seek the symbol within the diamond. These animals are also found on the hand mirror. I wonder what it means. Can you just start like fiddling with the hand mirror? Like poking prod at it? Also, I take issue with the fact that they're calling that rooster a bird and not a rooster. Like, that's such a minor thing. It's such a minor thing, right? Because a rooster or chicken or whatever that is, it certainly is a bird, right? But like, if someone said, draw a bird, would you draw something that looked more like a robin or a dove or whatever? Or would you draw a chicken? Right? I don't think I'm alone in this. That if you throw the word bird out there, people think about, you know, that type of like a pigeon type of bird, right? I don't know how you classify that, but not something like. I don't think people would talk about chickens as birds. It would specifically mention chickens, right? If I said draw a bird and somebody drew a duck, like, well, technically that's correct, but I don't think most people would jump to something specific like a swan or a duck. Where, yes, those are birds. A goose is a bird. Is it just me? Am I just crazy? In this particular instance, not in a general sense. We've already established that. It just feels like if I was given those instructions and told to look for a bird, and there's like a chicken, I think I would be like, well, I guess it is a bird. I would feel like I was wrong. I mean, there are all these lines there. So it's the same animals as on the paper. Maybe the mistress knew something. I sure hope she did know something. Anything else? I don't think I need to take a closer look. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Nothing to remember. Nothing to remember. Chickens don't usually feel like birds. Right? Right? If they show these like if you're looking at the zodiac, it's not like horse, monkey, bird. Right? Don't call it a bird on there. Of course, then again, like monkey is super generic. Why is bird specifically? That this is like drawing so much weirdness out for me. I mean, like a cassowary is a bird, right? An emu is a bird, right? And if someone said, pick out the bird, and you're like, emu's my favorite bird, like, what the hell are you talking about? That's not what I meant. Like, it is a bird. Turkey's a bird. I almost hit some turkeys once, which blows my mind. And now I see wild turkeys out on the road quite often. And I don't live in a particularly rural area. Well, I guess I do. But it's not where I live, which is weird. I would expect to see them around here. But I'm driving through areas that are like established neighborhoods. I don't know where these turkeys are hanging out. They're walking around the block of like a firmly developed neighborhood. I mentioned that turkey would have messed my car up really bad. So I'm glad I didn't hit it. And I don't really feel like I could have picked the turkey up off the road and like had a good turkey meal out of that. I don't feel like that would have been. You could eat it. I mean, I'm more akin to like eating an alligator I blew up in the sewers in a Resident Evil than I am a turkey that I hit with my car in the real world. Because at least I know what I'm dealing with that gator. Like wild turkeys out here, man, who knows? What do you know? Okay. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. What do you know? Do you know anything? I wish I knew what to tell you. Well, you're useless then. No, I'm just kidding. You're all right. Try to stand in the back. I want you to look at this mirror and tell me what you think. Hand mirror shows the same animals around the paper. How are they connected? Yeah, someone's got to know something here. Oh. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. This looks like you can store items inside. The key to the storage was kept in here too. There's no animals on this case, are there? There's the drawer that fell out, but like, where did the drawer go? Like a puzzle box of some sort, but I don't see where the puzzle section could be. Except it could just be the art. Not intentional. But if you look at the inside of the drawer on the left and the right, you can see the bottom of each of the drawers. But if you look at that, it sure looks like the drawer on the right, the bottom of the drawer looks to be the same height as the bottom of the much shorter top drawer on the left, which implies a hidden compartment underneath. However, I'm also looking at this, and there are lines on this that don't quite line up. Are you seeing this? Does this make any sense? Like there's lines that connect across from the topmost left drawer into the right drawer, but I'm not seeing them. Like it looks like they cut into the bottom right drawer. That may just be, it may all be coincidence. It may not have anything to do with it. I may be reading too much into that. I mean, can I? I think I am, because it just telling me like, I don't think I need to mess with this now. It's like, you could mess with it some more. I don't think I need to take a closer look. Maybe it's just the non-distinctive pattern on that. just gonna keep going back and forth on this. First, sees the bird open. Seek the symbol within the diamond. It's also found in the hand mirror. I wonder what it means. What's up with the drawer? There's nothing left inside. Interact with it. There's something. That's what I told you before. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Did Sir Kanda really do such a dreadful thing? Probably. That's what we're all thinking these days. Connie had it. Just sold her out. I don't know what that is. Obviously, it's this thing I'm fiddling with the mirror and everything. All right. I can't believe that Sir Kanda would take advantage of Lady Yuri's child. What if I take some paper? I can take notes. I'll use my notepad. Fine. Fair enough. I think I've exhausted all this. I think I got what I was supposed to get, but I also feel like I need to sort this stuff out here. This caused so much trouble. My sins to devoting myself to the Aishiro family. I mean, you don't really have to go that far. Like, I'm sure you're a great employee and it'd be good for the family. Well, such as it is. Good for the estate to keep you around, but I don't know about that. I don't know. Okay. 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 I wish I knew what to tell you. So far, you're not really not giving much work with here. Yeah. It's understandable. She's only 19 years old. She wasn't around when any of this stuff happened. She doesn't know anything about any of it. But she did spend a bunch of time with Kiku, so I wonder if she's got anything. This tobacco case is pretty old. Suzensa says the tobacco case reminds him of the late master and other memories from his past. Since the tobacco case reminds him of the late master and other memories from his past. Which we should go check out, like the storage room. Okay. Zenzo! Talk to me about this tobacco case. Did you need anything? Yes! Let's talk about this tobacco case. Don't just tell me that Akane has it. As Akane says, whenever I see the tobacco case, my mind floods with memories. Oh! Yes? I just remembered the name of the family who died by suicide. No one's affected by the master's business. The family name was Kanda. I think that poor couple had a child who lost their parents. I think it was a son. So Kanda could be... That was the other possibility, that Kanda is not actually Kazuto. And there's just a red herring that said Kazuto is going to become a lawyer. However, either Kazuto is in cahoots or he is Kanda and Kanda's just a cover. I don't know. This is all getting jumbled up. Parts of it are unclear. What? Okay. All right, well, thanks for that. Anything else to say about this tobacco case? Emily died by suicide because the master's business was named Kanda. And the couple who died had a son. Great, great, great. Perhaps the Kanda family. They've come for you. All right. Go back to the clip top and then see what we got. Standing here. Standing here. Realize just like me trying to make his story. I know I was attacked back here on this cliff, but I don't remember what happened to me after I lost consciousness. I wonder if there are any clues around. Are there any clues around? Are there? What if I look at the hand mirror? I wonder what this drawing means. Means something. No one's around. I didn't ask for that. No one's around. Go back to the kind of law firm. Hit him with this. Look, I know I said some stuff. We both said some things. But did you know your murderer boss's family suicided because of my client's family? From Tsugi Detective Agency. Oh, man. You again. Haven't you had enough? You're after the wrong person. But Mr. Kanda has a motive. According to the butler of the Ashiro family. Where's the proof? There are plenty of lawyers out there with the name Kanda. That's a fair point. That may be true. Can you just hear me out for a moment? Kid, are you going to pull a miracle off here and somehow convince this lady? I don't buy it. I don't have time for this. Please just leave. It's no use. I guess there's a small chance we're pursuing the wrong guy. I don't think so. Try again. No point calling her. So you say. When you scope out that ashtray. And they all say that. Just said, there is a chance I have the wrong person. I need to investigate the suicide of the Kanda family in more detail. If someone were to know. Oh, Genshin. He must know something. Now we're hot on the chase here. Let's go. What do you think those kids are playing back there? I know they're playing Game Boys, but what are they playing on the Game Boy? That's my question. What kind of game would you play in a Game Boy in this setting? Zelda, perhaps. Too soon for that, I assume. I still haven't found Miss Kiku's body. Please find the culprit. What a horrible thing to do. Mr. Kenshin, you've heard the name Kanda, haven't you? Well, he's the prime suspect in the murder investigation. You will tell me what you know, won't you? Beat it out of this guy. I see. So it was all his doing. You're right. How do you know? The man whose parents died by suicide because of Miss Kiku's husband is Aishuo Corporation's lawyer. Have you known this all this time? God damn these people. Kyonosuke Kanda. I'm sure of it. Or Kiku knew that Kanda was the son of the couple But even then, she decided to hire him as her legal advisor. She wanted to atone for her husband's sins. Miss Kiku told me herself. I don't know if making Kanda my legal advisor is the right decision. But whatever the outcome, it's my responsibility to decide. The fate of the family rests in my hands. Fair enough. Supposedly, Kanda did a good job. Miss Kiku was satisfied with his work. I don't think she even fathomed that Kanda was capable of doing such horrific things. I'm sure Yuri knew of the Kanda family too. Maybe that's why she decided to leave the mansion. Apparently, Yuri could not tolerate the way her family ran business. But in the world of business, it's either eat or be eaten. Who can really blame the Ayashiros for what they've done? That's not a very that's a pretty bad standpoint. That's a pretty bad stance. Thanks for sharing that with me. As Miss Kiku said, I guess this was the Ayashiro family's fate. However, didn't plan on telling anyone about Kanda, because I promised Kiku I wouldn't. Oh. Ever since you first asked me about Kanda, I plan not to tell you anything. I'm a man of my word. You just broke that word, scumbag, so if you noticed I was doing that, you are quite the detective. All I know is these people are like, just straight up ain't gonna tell me nothing. They're not gonna tell me nothing. Don't let Kanda get away with this. At this rate, he won't be saved. I got this, Mr. Genshin. I'm counting on you. I feel like we've got one more twist coming. I got a feeling that we're gonna find like one more. Like we're gonna find Kanda dead. You know what I'm saying? And then it's gonna be like, well, now who could it be? Yeah, secures murder's attention. Someone's talking back here on a clip, but don't remember what happened to me after I lost consciousness. There aren't clues around. I can't help but feel like maybe I should get down where they actually found me, down further down there, but I can't. I keep coming back here, but I'm fairly certain that either I'm not hitting the right set of pixels here, or there's nothing here to be found currently. It is interesting that I can examine the hand mirror here. And I feel like that's got... I was attacked by care of this cliff, but needless to say, I don't remember anything after I was knocked unconscious. I hope I can find a clue here. Sort of gives me the option, but he's not here. Oh, she's here right now. I wonder when he'll return. I can go all these different places and pull the hand mirror out and be like, huh. I wonder what this drawing means. No response. He must be out. The elevator is like moving at a real high clip there, man. Hi. Hey, it's me again. It's me, your boy Jum. Why don't you just back off? You have the wrong person. Wait a second. I spoke to someone who knows Mr. Kanda. Just as I thought Mr. Kanda is. Oh. Please, just hear me out. You really are persistent, aren't you? That's how I get results. Being persistent is part of being a good detective. And now you're trying to act cool. Fine, come in. Make some comment about this guy, this kid, risen, this lady, but like that age difference makes it kind of gross, so just leave that out there. Give you one last chance, but I can assure you that my boss is not involved in this case. No, don't buy it. All right, let's talk. Boss has nothing to do with this. Okay. So you say. Okay. Well, I'm trying to talk about this stuff. Visitors still. I wonder why. Okay. Just show case files to anyone. Don't be like that. Please. I said no. I'm done. Please leave. No, I'm not. I am just pulling this thing out everywhere. Maybe if I pull it here out, someone will see it. What if I show you the mirror? Okay, fair enough. What if I show you the picture? I don't know this person. Okay, fair enough. What about this picture? I told you before, I don't know that person. So you have. So you have in this postcard. What about it? Okay. Anything here? No. Okay. I've never heard of that person. All right. I really need to. No means no. If I just ask one more time. I'm asking you nicely. And I've answered you. Show kindness. Well, how is this gonna work? I don't know what this is gonna be. I don't want to trouble someone who seems as lovely as you. He is rizzing her. No way. It's just gonna immediately turn to like her angry face and be like, just kidding, there's no way, kid. Lovely. Oh, how sweet of you. Fine, you can peek at the file. Nah, you think I'd really say that? Go away. That's hysterical. That is hysterical. He's not in. Why are you being so unreasonable? What did you call me? I gotta call of this out or I'll call the cops. Be my guest. That's great. That's it. You just wait right here. I'm calling him for real. As soon as she leaves, I'm gonna steal it. Oh, please. There's a crazy person in the office. Yes, it's exactly him. He won't leave. Wait. The cops instantly knew who she was talking about. So, which means she either called the cops on me before or the cops are like, oh yeah, that kid. Yeah, we get this a lot. Huh? Okay. Oh, fine. Yes, I can do that. Thank you. Did the cops tell her to cooperate? Police told me to fully cooperate. Yes! In your face, lady. Go ahead, I guess. Here's the file you're looking for. Thank you. I knew it. It's the life insurance incident that Kamada was talking about. It mentions the modus operandi. I'm sure of it. Oh, maybe Kanda brought Yuri's child here. I'll ask her. Excuse me. She's not gonna want to talk now, man. What do you want? She's bad. Mr. Kanda ever brought a boy of about 17 or 18 here. I know she's gonna point out, like, you're a boy of 17 or 18. Yeah, I used to bring a boy like you. He was very polite, unlike someone. Ooh. Oh. Where on earth would I travel to? I already gave you the file. Okay. Jeez. I guess I just gotta leave. Is that it here? Yeah, please leave. Okay, I think we may be done here. Okay. This is telling me to get out. To where I don't know. Back to the cliff top, I suppose. Thanks for everything. And I'm sorry. Huh. Excuse me. Oh, the sun is about to set. Maybe I should call it a day. But what if we look at the mirror? I wonder what this drawing means. Gotta go to the edge of the cliff and stand at the setting sun. It's gonna be one of those. Is it gonna be one of those? I don't think it's gonna be one of those. It's gotta be a reason for me to come here. Jumps out, but I have to look carefully. Let's look at the sky. Maybe he thought he was throwing me off the cliff because it was getting dark out. All right, here, it didn't just push me into the ocean. Jumps out as a hint. Yep. Jumps out as a, okay. Alright, can it just push me into the ocean? Because it's dark. Mm-hmm. See, that looks like something, but it didn't come up with anything before. Looks like drag marks. All right. I'm leaving. That's right. How much is in here right now? I wonder when he'll return. It's strange. Gives me this option. Also, I can still look at the hand mirror. Keep looking at the manuals. Sooner or later, it all makes sense. No one's home. No response. He must be out. Decorative plant. It's not doing so well. Maybe because it's in a dark place. Yeah, that's true. Got no natural sunlight in here. Fire extinguisher looks pretty old. I wonder if it still works. Well, that's not a good sign. Not much to look at here. It's a little better. Nothing's off about it. I'd be worried if there was. I think it seems like it's moving too fast. I don't know how fast an elevator should move, but it seems like it's moving too fast. Remember anything? Okay. Yep. It's giving me the option to come back here, but I think that's just so I can leave the cliffside. Maybe. Maybe I'll go back for the day. No, I won't. I won't go back for the day. Because there's something here. And it has something to do with the sand mirror. I'm sure it doesn't. I wonder what this drawing means. I think it was around this time when Akira attacked me. It's getting darker. Oh. Remember, this is actually just... Oh, there we go. Thought I saw something glinting. There we go. Question mark. Oh, there's a button on the ground. I found it in the grass. That's probably why I didn't notice it the last time I was here. Take the button. I should keep it just in case. Examine. Oh, okay. No one was attacked by Akira at this cliff, but why didn't Akira throw me into the sea? He came at me like he wanted to kill me. It's nothing that jumps out as a hint, but I have to look carefully. Okay. 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 Anything else? I mean, I can leave and come back. Oh, I could just push me into the ocean. That's the only thing I could think of, barring any additional information they're going to hand out here. That it gets dark and you can't see that you're pushing. Couldn't see that he was pushing me into a cliff. Thought he was pushing me into the ocean. I just keep looking at this and it does absolutely nothing. Eventually it will. Huh. What a review. All right. Nobody's around. Nobody's around. The sun has already set. But I still can't, like, end the day. Aha! Excuse me. Do you know Mr. Amachi? Kenchan cleaning. Yeah, I do. I'm so glad. You see, I was in a bit of a bind. What's up? You're in a bind with Mr. Amachi. Well, yes. One of the garments I cleaned for Mr. Amachi was delayed. I was finally able to bring it back, but he's not here. Oh, this will be my clothes. Mr. Amachi brought that to you? I think that's actually mine. Oh, it's yours. Then would you take it for me? Sure, I'll take it. Fantastic. So, you got any hot tips for me? Oh, you're a lifesaver. So what happened? Did you fall in the ocean or something? Those clothes were drenched in seawater. Aha! So he didn't find me in the grass. I actually was in the ocean. In theory. What? Yep, there you have it. We appreciate your business. What was seawater? What's going on? One more for the road. What does it mean indeed? Wait, what? So you were actually thrown into the water. Yeah, I bumped into a cleaning employee delivering clothes that looked like mine in front of Mr. Amachi's apartment. He told me that the clothes Mr. Amachi dropped off were drenched in seawater. But I thought he found me on the grass. Maybe someone saved you from the sea, then carried you to the grassy area. But I don't know why they do that. Oh. Then Mr. Amachi found you. By the way, how's the case coming along, Jum? Well, I managed to harass an office lady several hours. I discovered a lot. Let's go over the facts, Ayumi. I'm asking about the case. Well, there's a button and stuff. Okay. Kanda wanted to avenge his parents' death, so he plotted to take over Ayashiro Corporation. As their legal advisor, Kanda knows everything about the company. He even managed to track down Yuri's son. If he can gain control of someone who has a lot of influence within Ayashiro Corporation, then the whole company will be in his hands. But Yuri's son is about our age, right? He might follow Kanda's orders as long as he's unaware of what's happened. But that won't last for long, right? Yeah, and then you gotta... That's... You can't see my hand, but I'm dragging my thumb across my throat because he's gonna kill the kid. That's what he's gonna do. That's how it works. Yuri's son has been missing since he ran away. But as long as Kanda has the symbol of the successor... But does he? He doesn't need the real successor. Maybe he killed the kid already and got a hold of a double that would do as he pleases. Is that what you're getting at? Yep. Why, that's even more grim than the boy he was bringing over to his office every now and then. Might not be Yuri's real child. It's a scary thought, but we can't ignore the possibility considering how many people Kanda has murdered already. Allegedly murdered. They got some pretty serious defamation laws over there in Japan. But to put that allegedly, even allegedly, I don't think you can get away with it. Remember. It's no use. Okay. I wonder what this drawing means. Show the button. Huh? It's a button. What about it? Okay. I wonder if this is actually my shirt. Yes, that's it. You always wore that shirt. Oh? But you're missing a button. Look at this hand mirror. Take it! Tell me what it is! Remember. So wait. But... Oh, you think this is it? Again, it could just be like an art thing, but like... The buttons on that shirt did not look like this. Okay, never mind. It's the same button. Hold on, let me put it on for you. Is she dressing me? Or is she just reattaching the button? What's happening? Done. Here, why don't you change? Okay, good. She's fixing the button. I thought she was dressing me, and that would be very weird. Maybe I will. I've been wearing the same clothes for like a week. Been around a lot of dead bodies. Huh? I didn't mean you should change right here. You nasty boy. Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't know you had a burn mark there. What kind of burn mark? What? A burn mark? Where is it? Does he really not know? You can't see it like that. Go take a look in the mirror. I guess that makes some sense. I mean, maybe he did get the amnesia, but like, that's pretty true. Remember that Yuri died in a fire saving her child, you know, about 17 years ago. I didn't know I had a burn mark here. I mean, he did. He's just forgotten because of the blow to his head. But remember, way earlier, she said, I don't think I've ever seen you in a short sleeve shirt. And why would someone never wear a short sleeve shirt if they had some kind of mark, scars, tattoos, something like that, that they are wanting to cover up? This isn't something recent. It looks like I've had it for a long time. Remember. feel like I remember something, but wait. No way. Ah, my head feels like it's gonna explode. Maybe I'm...
頭が割りそうだ。もしや僕を。
どうしちゃったの？
What's wrong, Jum?
そうだ。
That's right.
もう一度。
I have to go see Miss Motoko one more time. Right now, in the middle of the night. Ah! Chapter 10, Resurrected Memories. Yatsuka apartment. I rushed over to Yatsuka to see Motoko. She answered the door with a surprised look. Memories from long ago started to return to me. I strongly felt that the woman in front of me had played a significant role in my past. Miss Motoko, you know me, don't you? Oh. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. What's up with this? Okay. All right. No! I feel like I'll regain the memories I lost soon. Ooh. Show the burn. Oh good, he didn't just take his whole shirt off. That would be messed up. Look here, I found this. On my shoulder. Oh my. So you really are. Okay. Let me tell you everything. Yes, please do. Before my brain explodes. That's right. You truly are Yuri's child, Jum. Fucking knew it. Huh? You know my name. The other day, when you turned around on your way out, I caught a glimpse of your burn mark through your shirt. Couldn't believe it then. Talk to me. So I grew up without knowing much about my mother. Of course you wouldn't know what your mother looks like. You didn't even recognize the name Yuri. When Miss Yuri passed, you were barely a year old. The other day when I visited, you mentioned the baby. I was raised as an abandoned child, right? Yes, that's right. You were raised as an orphan at my mother's orphanage. Didn't she say her mother died of heart failure? Closer, she was alive. Took in Yuri's child after her death, lives in an apartment. Block 3, raised Yuri's child at the orphanage she ran. Passed away from stress and anxiety if the orphanage was shut down. Did she? Or was she murdered? I don't know. Strong theory, though. Yes, that's right. You were raised as an orphan at my mother's orphanage. But you found out that my mother was hiding something. So you left a note saying that you were going to look for your real parents and ran away. That was just after you graduated junior high. Hmm.
沢子さんが
Masako took me in and raised me.
僕を引き取り育ててくださったんですね。
She adored you like her own. Apparently, you warmed up to her too. She worried about you until the end. Well, it's a bit tragic and heartbreaking.
先日お邪魔した
The other day, when I visited, you mentioned the baby, in other words.
つまり僕が捨て子とし
I
て
was
育て
raised
ら
as
れ
an
たの
orphan
には
because of a
何か
certain
事情があった
circumstance,
と
you
おっしゃい
said,
ました
right?
ね。その事情とは
What did you mean
一
by
体
that?
何だったんですか？
Oh,
教えてください。
please, Miss Motoko, I have to know.
僕は
You look familiar. Are you sure you've never met?
本当に会ったことがないんですか？母や僕に会ったことがあ
Sure
るん
you've
じゃ
ever
ないで
met
すか？
me or my mother? Well, I think she already answered all that. I meant when I said that I never met either of you. I heard it all from my mother.
じゃあなぜ
Then why?
あなたはなぜ
How did you realize that it was me just by looking at the burn mark? Well, the other day, Miss Yuri's younger brother visited me. He knew you all very well. Oh, baby. We spoke about the fire. What?
カズトさん
Kazuto was here?
声
What's Kazuto's hand in all of this? I wonder. Is Kazuto Amachi? That's my current theory. Kazuto's Amachi. But I don't know what his deal in all this stuff is.
火事の原因は
What was the cause of the fire? It was a heartless act of arson. Oh. You all had a tough time to begin with. Besides, your family did nothing wrong. She adored you like her own. Apparently, you warmed up to her too. Remember.
絶対
I know she looks familiar. I feel a strange sense of nostalgia,
何か懐
but
か
I
しい。
don't know why.
僕は絶対この人の顔を知って
Well, it's probably remember like being raised by her mother, but that was, some years ago.
やっぱり僕は
So can't you read them? I met you
あな
somewhere
たとは
before.
どこかで会ったように思うんです。
See, then take a look at this. It's a photo of my mother.
これをご覧なさい。母の写真よ。
Huh? Look! Look at this photograph.
初老の女性と小さな男の子が写っている。
Wait a minute. Isn't that doll in the Tsugi Detective Agency office? Or is it just a different, similar doll? Pictured in the photo is an old lady and a small child.
どう？
See,
そこに
that's
写
you
って
right
る
there.
のはあなたよ。
I've grown up so much, but I can still see the
そ
resemblance.
の頃の面影が残ってるわね。
That's right.
そうだ。
This person is.
そこに写ってるのは
So
あな
before.
たよ。
I've grown up so much, but I can still see the resemblance.
何か思い出した？
Do you remember anything? No, that's not it.
何？
Do you remember anything? All right, I guess remember is the time now.
思い出したぞ。
I remember.
ば
Grandma,
あちゃんだ。
she raised me.
僕を育ててくれたばあちゃんだ。写真のさ
The lady in the photo is Grandma Sawako. She looks just like Motoko.
それで僕は
That's That's why she looks so familiar.
の顔に見覚えがあったのか。
Oh, ho, ho. What was the circumstance?
捨て子として育
Can you
てられ
please
た
tell me
その
why I
事
was
情を
raised as an orphan?
教えていただけませんか。
When we know your mother burned to death.
男さん。
Motoko! Telling me what you know, come on.
全てお話しした通
Exactly
り
what I told you. Okay.
あなたの名前はね、
Your name was given to you by your
ご両親がつ
parents.
けてくださったものなの。
Never any mention of the father.
両親。
Parents, that's right. I don't even know my father's name.
僕はまだ自分の父親のことを何も知
Yeah,
らない
not yet mentioned. Not once.
僕の父につ
Can
い
you
て
tell me anything
知
about
って
my
ることがあ
father?
るなら教えてください。
Oh. I don't like that all
僕の
this.
父も
My father
かつ
passed
て
away
亡く
from
な
the
ったんです
fire.
よ。
Oh. Talk, damn you.
それは
I just can't.
それだけは。
Spill it, lady!
待ってください。
I didn't know anything about my parents until now.
自分の母親のことを何も知らないままだった。それにどうして知っちゃいけなかっ
Why
たの
won't you tell me? I need to know why I was raised as an orphan.
捨て子として育てられたのか。その事情を
Please.
知らないままなんて
Can't bear not knowing any longer.
あんまりです。
そうね。
You're right.
あなたには知る
You
権
have the
利
right
が
to
あ
know.
るね。
It has to do with your
その事情
father.
というのはあなたのお父さんのことなの。
He was the Demon King. No, it's not that kind of game. It'd be cool though. My father?
遠山隆夫。これがお父さんの名前
Takayo
よ。
Toyama. That's your father's name.
とても男らしい
I
方
heard he
で
was very handsome and
ゆりさん
strong.
とは評判
He and
の
Miss Yuri
仲のいい
supposedly made a
夫
wonderful
だった
couple.
そうよ。やがてあなたが生ま
When
れ
you were born, you made a beautiful family. Everyone in town was sure that you would live a happy life.
なかったそうなの。でも
But
そ
one
んな
day,
ある日、高尾さんは柄の悪い連中
Mr.
に
Takao
人
saw
が
a
乱暴
bunch of
されてい
thugs
る
beating
ところ
someone
を
up.
見てしまったの。
Just taking all of the scenery in here.
止めに入った高尾さん
He
に
bravely went to stop them.
相手はナイ
And
フを
supposedly
持ち出して
the
向かって
thugs
きたらしい
attacked him with a knife.
でも
But during the altercation, Mr. Takao accidentally stabbed one of the men and killed him.
相手の一人を誤って殺してしまったの。
Oh.
そんな
No.
必ず正当防衛が
Everyone
認
thought
め
your
られ
father would be cleared of the charges on the grounds of self-defense. Uh-oh.
でも
But the man he killed was the son of a powerful person in town. Uh-oh.
この町の有力者の一人息子だったらしいの。そのせいか高尾さ
Because
ん
of that, Mr. Takao was thrown in prison.
しまったわ。
Ooh.
じゃ
Then my father's still in there. No, I'm sorry, but
僕に
he died in
お父
prison.
さんはとうとう刑務所から出られないまま亡くなってしまったの。
On the upside, you're rich now. No.
でももっと気の毒
But
だ
I
った
think
のは
Miss Yuri had it
ゆ
even
りさん
worse.
だったかもしれない。殺人者の妻という
I heard how badly she struggled as the wife of a convicted murderer. Ooh.
おまけに
On top
死
of
んだ
that,
男の仲間の
the friends of the man that died
嫌
began
がらせが始まったの。
harassing her. I heard the
あの
fire
火事
was
も
their doing.
その連中の仕業だったそうよ。
Jesus.
ゆりさんも一時は
Miss
起き
Yuri
上がれるま
initially
で
healed
回復
to
さ
a
れた
point
の
where
だ
she
け
could
ど
stand, but after all the energy she used to recover, A few days later, things took a turn. When my mother rushed over to her, Missouri asked her to take you. After Missouri knew you'd be safe, she quietly took her last breath. Do you understand now? What my mother wanted to do for your parents who died worrying about your future was to erase your past as the son of a murderer. She went as far as lying in the letters she left with you. By giving you a fake name, the name you use now. Well, what's my real name then? I wish my mother could see you now. Okay, is that going to be the answer to all of this stuff? I heard Miss Yuri chose to be with Mr. Sakao despite her parents' objections. Even when the incident happened, she never contacted her family to avoid causing any trouble for them. Man, it was clearly an act of arson. But under pressure from that man's father, the facts were distorted. What? I heard the local newspaper didn't even cover the fire. It's just terrible. The media covered everything on Mr. Takao's alleged killing and published all sorts of biased articles. What a travesty. I wish my mother could see you now. My mother battled with whether to tell you the truth or not. Thank you for telling me the truth. I'm proud of my father. My mother told me that ever since you were a child, you had a strong sense of justice. Justice! She used to smile and say they were just like your father. Like my father. Does that mean I'm gonna go kill somebody? I assume not, but I might. I don't think I have anything else in particular to share. Well, you said I used like a fake name in the letter, but like, do I have a real name? Oh, I remember one thing. Apparently, for a boy, you really liked playing with a doll. That doll, I swear that doll is in the office. And that doll will contain the talisman. Or whatever, the symbol. And there'll be like a puzzle involving the mirror. Or something. Man, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with those animals. It's making me crazy. Huh? A doll? It was a beautiful Japanese doll that Miss Yuri treasured. What? Kamoshiko, I wish my mother could see you now. Nothing else to say about it. My mother gave me a doll. It must have been really important for her. When the fire happened, that was the only thing she saved. That's it. That's it. Anything else to say about it? Must have been really important. Okay. I don't think I need to do that. Remember? Nope. Okay. Look, examine the picture. It's you in that photo. I don't so much, but I can still see the resemblance. I don't know why I need to. It really does look like Grandma. When you left the orphanage, you took the doll with you. You still have it, right? Yes, it's in the office. What? What? On her deathbed, Miss Yuri kept saying she wanted to give you the doll. That's a very important doll. The doll should be visible in that photo from earlier. I told you. See? This is a Japanese doll that my mother cared so much about. It's back at the office. Wait a minute. This is... Yes. Yes. It's Motoko. Thank you so much. This story is like tragic on so many levels. You can visit me anytime. Hey, I've got a family. Hey, they're all dead. Damn. Look, there it is. Oh, so, Yuri was your mother. That's so crazy. Look kind of crazy. A little bit crazy. Kanda introduced me to Zenzao to lure me into a trap. Damn it. The doll. This is it. The doll from Grandma's photo. This is the doll that my mother was so fond of. Really? I never knew. Look at the doll. This is the doll my mother was so fond of. Take it. It's yours. It's always been yours. Oh, I know this is mine. Now to the pawn shop. I remember being a kid and holding it like this. I remember everything. Got his brains back. I'm so glad. Finally, all your memories have returned. So, well, no, I guess he wouldn't remember. I was going to say, so does he remember what happened that night? But then again, he said, I don't remember anything after I lost consciousness, so that's a no. Yeah, I'm sorry for worrying you. Thank you for helping me. So relieved, truly. Who would have thought your mother's memento would be the trigger for you to remember everything? Perhaps Yuri helped you remember. Whoa! Yeah. Ghost Mom. Don't you think it's reason why your mother treasured that doll? Probably. Yeah, I do. Maybe this is the symbol of the successor. It's contained within the doll. Somewhere. Examine it. It's the doll my mother was so fond of. Doll is in my hands already. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Jeez. Well, you know what? He's got a picture of his mother, which is more than he had before. Don't remember anything. I actually remember how light this doll felt. It was easy for me to hold even when I was little. It's probably hollow. Will you examine the doll? You dig into it? Why is it so light? Oh, it seems hollow inside. Yes. Keep going. Seems to be hollow inside. That's why it's so light. Why don't you, like, chew on it? This is really the symbol successor. It just looks like an ordinary doll. The files are inside the computer. I hear a faint sound when I shake it. You're right. I wonder why. Maybe there's a broken piece inside. Open it. All right, let's crack it open and take a look inside. I thought it was going to be a little bit more like, well, let's carefully take a look inside and not like, let's crack it open. That's pretty good. Crunch. Are you sure? Don't blame me if you can't put it back together. Well, there you go. His feet came off. It's fine. This is a talisman. And there's the Ayashiro family crest on it. Was there like, looks like a diamond on there. But I don't see what else, like bird and the horse or whatever. Yeah, the puzzle stuff. Yeah, well, whatever. It's got the family crest on it. I didn't know this was inside. It's all coming together, man. Open the talisman case. Inside the talisman case is a small old key and a finely folded piece of paper. It is the instruction manual for the Famicom disk system, the highest of treasures. What's this key? And what's this paper? What? I knew there would come a day when you would find this. Oh, geez. Wow. That is awful. Take this with you to the Ayashiro residence in Myojin village right away. There you will meet your grandmother, Kiku. I know she will help you. And there awaits a life that you have never imagined for yourself. I don't know if that life will be a happy one for you, but this is your fate, however, my darling son. You only live once, so I want you to choose your own path. I don't think I'll live much longer. Please forgive me for not being able to be with you. I like the impressive touch that like she's actually is writing on the paper. That's the only thing I can leave you as your mother. Look, Mom. The handwriting looks shaky. I'm sure my mother used her final ounce of strength to write me this letter. Wow. Mother. Your mother must have truly loved you, Jum. Maybe I'll read the letter again. No, don't read it. No, I'm good for right now. It's fine. It's fine. Speculate. I'll see. I get it now. The symbol of the Ayashiro family's power is somewhere at the Ayashiro residence in the storage room. And to get the contents inside, I need this key. It's the only place I can think to go. Ah! Chapter 11, The Vanished Successor. Ayashiro residence. This is as good a point as any to break off for the evening. So I'm getting a little wild there. My tracking device is losing its mind because it has been running for a very long time. I think what my mother left behind for me. Well, we'll find out what that is next time. And we'll return to Famicom Detective Club. I was, for a second there, I thought we were zeroing in enough that it'll close, but this game is still managing to trot some twists out there. And even when it's following the kind of track that I expected, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, he's there. Like, even when it puts it out there, it managed to jam in so much more detail on it and so much more, like, heart to the story that I'm not at all, disappointed. Like, really, really good. Man. So, yeah, thanks for hanging out with me. I will be back tomorrow. I don't have any waiting rooms up because I just got really under the gun being out all last week and everything. So I'm going to work on it tomorrow and try and get caught up on this stuff. But tomorrow I will be playing an NES game. And I'll play a bit of it here. I'm not going to tell you which game. But if you've ever played the game and have any familiarity with it, particularly a certain part involving water, you'll know this sound. I don't know how loud that came through, but yeah, that beep haunted my nightmares. So I will be playing that tomorrow. We'll see how far I can get with it. And then Thursday, I will be back to finally, after a bunch of delays, get to check out the brand new Alone in the Dark game that just came out. I'm very excited. I've been dodging any and all reviews for it, which is really tough. I see a lot of blurbs, mostly positive. The only negative one I saw was someone who said it was boring, and it is an individual who seems to be bored with life itself, so I don't know how much I'm going to take from that. So I'm excited about that. And then we'll come back to this, next week. Surely one more stream will do it, but who knows? Yeah, so once again, thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you have a great rest of your evening. And I hope to see you back again here tomorrow or whenever at some point. Until then, so long, everybody. See you later. Bye.